Alright, start off with a Super Metroid speed run, then other shit, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. City Skylines, probably. Maybe check out the new Mario Kart. And, I want to watch some YouTube videos while I'm doing all this. I think that'll be alright. Okay. Just got out of the shower. My hair is super poofy. It's weird. Change that title. We will be watching Dusty Show, but for general
this
catch
video
all.
sponsored
Oh my
by
god, that
Raycon.
is so loud. Holy shit. Let me turn this down. I like to have it a little on in the background, but
More about them at the end of the sketch.
oh my god, they're so loud.
It's the 90s. The year is 1997.
Shit,
Welcome
I
back
wish.
to the show. I'm here with our time-traveling reporter who's reporting live from the year 2023. Hi there.
God.
Hello. Terrible to be here. I'd love to come back to the 90s right away, please. Time machine's broken.
Yep.
Shut up about that now. But things can't be so bad in the future, can they? So much of Canada's burning that New York keeps turning orange. Nice try. I know it's still from Blade Runner when I see one. No, it's from very recently. People
Sorry.
share those pictures on the internet and then go back to work and breathing in smoke and whatnot. Jeez, why doesn't the government make everyone wear masks? I do not think that would be well received. Okay, so what else is going on in the future besides the
That's
real
pretty
life
good.
sepia tones? Oh, well, the fastest growing app ever just came out. Are you talking about unlimited breadsticks at Olive Garden? Because I feel like those have been around since like the 80s. No. See, Meta launched a new social media app called Threads. Gotcha. Okay, I didn't understand most of the words you just said. Okay, so there's this company in the future called
Damn it.
Meta, right? And they used to be called Facebook, but then they were too sketchy, so they changed their name to Meta, and now they own Facebook, which is somehow better. Somehow, I guess, yeah. And these sketchy people started this Threads clothing line. It's actually an app that you use on your information rectangle to share mostly text-based things. So like a Microsoft Word document that
I tried to sign up for Threads, but it's only an app on the
people
phone,
email
so I said
to each
fuck
other.
it.
No, it's an information rectangle software that you share text and pictures and videos and things. Oh, wait, that sounds like that other thing you've mentioned in a previous episode. What was it? Twat? No, that's not what it's called. I
Yeah,
know.
what's going on?
What was it? Twat. Okay, that's
How are y'all
rude.
doing?
It's called Twitter. Twitter. Yeah, that's the one. You
Guess
know, if you
who's
keep
back?
being rude to me, I'm gonna try even less hard to stop you from
Back
dying
again?
in 2004. Wait, what? So what happened was this super rich guy Elon Musk bought Twitter, right?
That's, like,
oh,
really
yeah, I remember
fucking
in a
loud.
previous episode
What-
you said
how are
he's the
y'all
guy
tonight?
who's impregnating everybody. Right, and so since he's purchased Twitter, people think it's become just terrible. How did they think it was before he
It's
bought
everyone
it?
up
Just
to it. Midnight.
terrible.
It's
And remind
midnight
me
here.
what Twitter's used for again? It's a thing where people go and get angry and argue with people. Right. Why would anyone use that ever? To get angry and argue
Remember
with
me? I
Okay,
do,
but
kind
Mr.
of.
Musk made some big changes. Like what? Firing everybody. Oh my God. He also
But
brought
I've
back
probably
people who
been
had
incredibly
banned,
drunk
like a former
since then.
US president with a broken caps lock key.
Maybe
There
not,
was
I
also
don't
this
know.
thing where certain people
Not
had
like
blue check
normal,
marks next
but
to their names if they were
what's going on?
considered, you know, of note. But now Elon Musk is like, if you pay me, you get one. That's how it works now. I changed it. These little blue things, those are important to people in the future. Super important.
What,
little blue things. Yeah,
what did we
okay,
talk
yeah,
about?
weird priorities. And
'Cause
it
I'm
also seems
terrible
like
with
he's
names
limited the
anyway.
number of angry messages or tweets you can see in a day if
Like
you're not
my
paying attention,
students,
so people aren't happy
I don't
about
learn
these
their names
changes.
until
Not
like the
really,
final
and
week of
seemingly
school.
to capitalize on that, Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Meta, did a little copy pasting and
nothing.
launched Threads, which is Twitter, but it's not. Exactly. So like 100 million
But yeah,
people
why
signed
doesn't
up for
Threads
Threads in its
have
first few days
a
'cause it's not
website?
toxic
It's
cesspool
weird.
people
You
like
have to
Twitter.
use their
Oh, is
app.
it? No,
Not
it'll
doing it.
probably take a week or so to get to that point. Got it. And so people trust this Mark Zuckerberg guy now? For some
Yeah.
reason, suddenly they
I
seem
hate
to,
this
despite all
climb.
the glaring privacy issues, even within Threads. Huh. It seems like maybe it's a lesser of two evils situation, but now Elon Musk is mad. I'd imagine he would be. So what's he thinking? Like a lawsuit?
I want to watch
He
the
is considering that. Well,
episode
good to know that in the future there's
77
still
of the
legal
Chris Chan
infrastructure
documentary
for
tonight
corporate
too.
disagreement.
I've been
Yeah,
putting
he also
off
called Mark Zuckerberg
after
a
this.
cuck and said they should compare penis sizes. What? Also, maybe they're gonna fight. Seriously? Yeah, there's some talk that these two big old billionaires might fight each other mixed martial arts style in
Nothing.
a cage match or something. Hey, so the
Is that
future's
actually
pretty
happening?
dumb,
Elon
huh?
Musk versus
Oh,
Zuckerberg?
Yeah, everything's real dumb around here.
In like
Yeah,
a boxing
please
match or
send me
something?
home to the 90s. Well, at least if things don't go well for Elon Musk, he can just resell Twitter and make his money back. He paid $44 billion for it, and it's currently worth about a third of that. Oh, holy shit!
I can't even imagine losing that much money.
Hello, it's me. I'm the
Okay, hold on.
astronaut. I'm out here in ad space.
Oh god. Let's put on that Chris Chan shit. It's gonna be awful. I have a bunch of stuff in my watch later. Oh, did y'all hear about that 8-year-old that got pranked? Where the people, like, said they were doing a Mr. Beast type video and just ran away? It's really fucked up. If you haven't. Got the... Yeah, I'm still,
What made it this way?
Oh, this is funny. It's getting closer to the end. He's doing weird editing. That's cute. Yeah, I'm trying to
Was just
de-rust.
Fascinated. This is the story of Chris Chan.
But that, if you haven't heard of it, that 8-year-old, it's these people that, like, they're like, hey, we're going to give you so much money to go into Target and buy anything for 30 seconds. And they blindfolded him, and then they just ran off. I would probably have gone to jail with what I would have done with those kids.
2020, QB Farms user
You want to make me
Vicodin,
mine?
who had previously
No, you
retrieved Chris's drawing
That's
that
a
was
good one,
left
though.
at the Desjardins Sanitarium and had also treated her to a lunch, hosted a live stream on his
God,
YouTube channel,
this
Leftover Media,
Chris Chan
with
shit is
Chris
wild.
at an apparent studio location,
What?
arranging it
Sorry.
like a variety talk show. Allegedly, after lengthy discussion with Chris herself,
And if y'all have never
he
heard of
intended
Chris
to make
Chan, I
it
don't
a
know how you
recurring show
haven't,
with
but
the
oh
goal
my
of
gosh.
introducing Chris Chan to a new audience, while also trolling any aspiring local artists who would agree to participate in the program after
Gosh, they're
responding
not
to
giving
an
me
online
any
advertisement
misses.
and
Okay.
would not be notified of Vicodin's true intentions.
You got an
On
ad
this
in German
first
for the
and only
Barbie
live
movie?
stream, Charlottesville-based singer-songwriter Max Mondo answered Vicodin's
That's
ad and
very
joined
odd.
him and Chris.
How's it
Hello,
going?
everybody, and welcome to Leftovers Tonight. Today
Damn.
I've assembled some
How's
of
it going?
Augusta County's
I like the
most
pickaxe
talented
thing, though.
people to discuss their art and their
I'll tell that to my
careers.
girlfriend tomorrow.
Starting today is musician Max Mandu.
She'll be like,
who's
yeah, we
local
need to break
talent
up.
out of Charlottesville. He's going to be playing a little ditty for us, and then we'll speak with Sonichu in the body of Christine Weston Chandler.
This
All of this coming up shortly.
this
after,
sounds
a
wild, but
musical,
oh my gosh.
song
I
from
need to
Max
just
Mandu.
like take
All right, Max.
like a month out of my time and just stream this shit, all of it. This is wild.
Cause now every day feels more like the end times, and we've exhausted all our same old alibis.
Every episode it gets cringier and cringier to watch, and me being a cringy person anyway,
Really good.
that's
What did you
saying
think of
something.
that?
Loved it. Very tuneful.
Thank you very much.
It was very tuneful. That's true.
It's very tuneful,
So,
that's what I
next,
say.
tell
Whenever I
me a
hear
little
a
bit about
song
your
that I
career.
like,
All right, for sure.
it's very tuneful.
So I am Max Mondu. I'm from Northern Virginia. I live here in Charlottesville now.
You can look at that.
Oh, this one. All right.
Oh, we have a caller.
Call on line one.
Hello, caller. Can you hear me?
Doing the mock ball here.
No, we actually have Sonichu in the body of Christine Weston Chandler on the show right now.
They're not even making fun of him. Them, whatever.
Yeah, not an exact due date, but it's in progress and incoming. We can't take too many incoming
This is all super
calls.
Just
serious.
gonna merge them all. Everyone can speak at the same time.
It's so fucking
Oh
weird.
boy, now this talk show really gets crazy because I put this link up on my on Mama's Twitter
Yeah, you
account.
put it on the Twitter, so now everyone's joining.
Spoiler alert, if you don't know the
Where
ending.
is, Christine at the time, Sonichu? Whenever
Mama is in C197 in a future version of this body,
Jesus
and my
Christ.
body is a future version of myself. And eventually, I gotta get this body into C197 to Quickville, and then take it to BabsCon on April 10th.
I don't even
So,
know how to
college,
explain what's
I,
going
of
on
course,
now.
did
Like,
my
I
first
know,
time
but I
being in
can't
the
even
US, so I went
goddamn
out to South
explain it.
Korea to teach English there. A lot of calls.
Of what they're talking about.
And
Can we hold all calls?
Spoiler
until
alert,
our
he goes to
musical
jail
guest
for
finishes telling
fucking his
story, 'cause I'm
dimension-ridden
interested in
mother.
the story.
That's 80 years old. And I think they're out now, too.
Yo, what am I watching? What the fuck is this?
You're watching
That's-
Augusta's #1 variety show, hosting talent from across the Blue Ridge
Yeah,
region.
pretty much. What is
I'm
this?
so confused. Where's Sonichu? I don't see Sonichu. Where's
I'm
Sonichu?
right here in this body.
Sonichu!
How are they not...
Sonichu!
Eh.
Oh, shit. I nearly died.
What, are you just going to shout Sonichu? Is that all you have to say?
Sonichu.
God.
Hello, Chris. What's up? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. What's going on?
There's like a...
Not a whole
Fly
lot.
in
I
here.
just
Why
want
is
to
there
give
a
some
fly
love
in
to
here?
Guitar Bro, man. You're actually
weird.
doing pretty well.
hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, he's really talented. So, folks, I think it's time that we hear another song here from Max Mandu.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Something classic. You know what I mean?
Sure. In my mind, I've gone to Carolina.
I can't sing and play. I can play guitar fairly well. I could not sing. Nor would anyone want me to.
Ain't it just like a friend of mine to hit me from behind? I guess I've gone to Carolina in my mind.
Oh my god. Dude's pretty talented.
What the fuck is?
What about social? Oh, here, Christine. Sonichu. You know, this is actually something we should address. Is that we're not practicing social distancing right now.
Yeah. But everybody
No.
should be encouraged to wash their hands, go to the same bathroom, wash your hands, or have ball hand sanitizer.
I'm gonna like owe people viewers
Make sure
after
you
this.
get 99.9% off your hands of your germs.
Yeah, we're
It
not.
probably is a little better if you guys don't sit quite so close.
Yeah, maybe I should
Say.
scoot over. Maybe I should scoot
Ah,
over. Oh, let's play Wonderwall.
I'm gonna take a break myself.
All right,
BRB.
you take a break,
Oh shit.
and I'll sit here with Max Mandu
Sure,
because he
yeah.
plays Wonderwall. You can
That's
probably
why.
find him on,
That was
what's
actually
his
a good
SoundCloud
save.
username, man?
SoundCloud is just Max Mandu, MaxMandu.
Wonderwall.
What are they
Mike is
singing?
on.
That's not
Oh my gosh.
Wonderwall.
We have to.
Dude, that guy's a
Sonichu.
bro.
Yeah.
Your
He's
mic
like,
is on. You're in the bathroom. I
Yeah,
can't
we're
let
not
you
doing
do that.
social distancing. We should probably do that. Like, that was such a fucking good save.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Can you turn it off from over here?
Yeah, I'll just turn it off.
Yeah, just to go back to the high school days, get that one issue ball that was part of the Chaos Emerald energy that came from the chaotic rainbow.
Max, dude, get out of there,
What
bro.
the
Max, get out of there, run. Punch
fuck
out, dude.
is
Punch
happening?
out. Get out of there, bro. Get out. You're good. Get out of there.
All right, Max. Well, I don't know. What
I'm
do you
so
wanna
glad
do?
I have, like, decent internet now to stream
I feel
though.
like I don't quite as fit well in what you're trying to do with the show. So.
Yeah, but I like
feel
sharing
like
the I like sharing the spotlight. You know,
All right, thanks, guys.
Do you want to stay on?
I can stay out a while longer.
All
Yeah.
right, you want to stay on, and we'll send Max home.
It's so
Oh.
awkward.
Max, feel free to take the pizza with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
I'm at like 3K up now, which is what I
He
normally
is getting
do.
paid for the appearance. He's getting paid for the appearance.
Man, I got
It's no longer ultra hard mode.
Wasn't that the point?
Max is a fucking legend. Love that guy.
Max is a legend. Let's hear another round of applause for Max. Max is a freaking trooper. I thought
That
he
was
was going to
pretty
run
good.
out of here. But he did all right.
Yep, he did.
He did all right.
Where do you
God.
plan on living after Bob dies?
What did he say?
This is my response right now. Just
You know what? You want to know what my answer to that is? You're going to live here. You're going to live here.
no, I don't know about that.
Hi, Sonichu.
Yeah.
When you walk your
This
hand,
must be
take all that
like
stuff off your hand
2
and
years
let it
ago, I think.
Well, when I'm wearing the gloves, I do wash my hands with soap and water. But when I'm wearing the gloves, when I'm out and about, I use the hand sanitizer
On the gloves.
On the gloves and
You can
on the
show how you
fingers.
do that. I mean, you did it over there. I didn't see it, but I saw it.
Yeah.
So
The-
that
on
thing
the-
has
on the
got to be
gloves.
ridden
So
with
he
like
saniti-
hand sanitizer
sanitizes the
glove
gloves.
smell.
Yeah.
I was just wondering,
Shit.
hi Chris, what
That's
did you
not great.
think of your documentary series?
Yeah, I'd say decently well done. And we did watch his latest episode that aired recently, and I would have felt better if he had kept the, albeit censored, NSFW content off of that
You know,
video.
this guy like
I mean,
had to
it's
shove a
just, he
PlayStation
could
3
talk-
up
he
his
could
ass
talk about
because
it, but
his
he did not
trolls
need to
like got
put
his
the
account, and it's
explicit
filmed. That's out there.
videos on there.
I haven't seen it,
Especially
but they've
for
shown
rebel
like
hate
censored
parts.
versions of it.
Yeesh. Anyway, for the
So
most
have
part,
fun
the
with that.
series is good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
All right.
Yep, it's
After
out
the
there.
stream concluded, Vicodin went to the QB Farms to defend himself, denying that he was using Chris to get more attention for his channel, and claimed that he intended
Vicodin.
for the show to be a so-called train wreck. He added that Max had actually gotten paid for his appearance. Max Mondu himself also later responded to the show via a YouTube community post, writing that the host had purposely misled him prior to the stream, and that he had no prior knowledge of Christine or the format of the program. He regretted attending
that's the dude
and
that
not
played
leaving
the
sooner,
music.
but feeling more determined to continue his musical pursuits. Vicodin sometime after deleted his YouTube channel. On
Oh
April
my god, it
24th,
was that much of a train
Sonichu,
wreck?
while allegedly possessing Christine's
Wow.
body, wrote on Chris's Twitter account a long account regarding Chris's feelings about My Little Pony-focused creator No Hacking. Sonichu, I have thoughts and feelings to share right now, and I will expect hate commentary underneath, because we know you few out of the billions of remaining peoples in 1218. Anyway, I have been having to remember who I am more recently. As from Mama's, Chris Chan's, memories flow through at times, in addition to my own. I've had to learn from myself how
This
to
is the
differentiate
point
which
in the
thoughts
Christian
are
shit that
whose.
I don't
At least
even know
I
what
how
the fuck
I
I'm
talk
watching.
and
It's
sound,
just like
so it's
words
not a
hitting
major
my
thing,
fucking
but still
face.
annoying. With that said, I wish to mention that
It's-
I have begun binging the hashtag Pink Blue series
I don't
from
even know.
hashtag NoWhacking on @YouTube. So far, this has been a further eye-opener and reminder of what I've witnessed with Rosie and Roberta, as well as Mama and Christine Chan, although Christine Chan's transition was more instantaneous in comparison. On
And
that, after the
I
FG
like
balls
how
broke
he
apart and
reads
became our
everything
species' megastone,
as it's written.
C-Chan gonna shorten Christine Chan from here on.
So all the
and her
typos and
non-human
everything are
form
there.
turned female, yet she still had the male parts in her human form. Sonichu Book 11, mentioned in the clip show, Part 1. She did the thing from between her old cock and moving the spunk into her vag, and had to stay stuck in Sonichu form
Yeah, they
until
tried
Russell
to,
and Cynthia were born for a few weeks.
what was it?
After that, she went back to her human
Make
form,
a
and she had to go
vagina
through the
on
similar quick
themselves for
process
being
that
trans and
Roberta
like
went through, but the
cut
estrogen was
open
coming
their
in quicker
taint
with
and it
C-Chan,
started
since her
getting
alt form was now
infected?
female. And with that plot hole personally filled in,
Yeah,
anyhow,
that's
watching and
that's it.
listening
That's
to
the end of the
Jesse's
sentence.
process and events
That's the thing
so
that
far
happened.
has reminded and made me think again. It also
What?
pinged to Mama's thoughts, memories, and
Oh
feelings
yeah,
from
you
her
put
body's
on.
transition so
I
far.
haven't watched
A
it
number
because
of
it's like
comments
2.5
I felt
fucking
want to
hours
leave
long,
in
but I do
supportive
intend to
response,
like
but unable to
69 of the
directly.
best
Like Mama had to
songs
suffer
or
her
something
share
that
of
you like.
UTI moments since on
That's
the
a
E,
really good idea.
estrogen,
I might have
not
to steal that
mention
idea
that.
and do something similar
Yes,
myself.
Mama had become more emotional, of which she welcomed most gratefully.
It's
She
like
has
69
felt
of the
better
best
and
Super
happier in
Nintendo
being able
tunes
to
or
better
something.
address her feelings and emotions that she had previously somewhat identified before the HRT.
Yeah, I'd like to
Regardless,
see
Mama remains very much more continually content and hardly depressed at
how
all,
like
even more
aligned
so
we
while on
are,
the E.
because
Mama will likely
that's a
summarize,
really good
write
idea,
out,
actually.
and talk about her own experiences personally later on. But onto a more,
It's just something
I
to like
feel,
put on in the
important
background.
and crucial bunch
But
of
I would
topics here.
want to
Mama's memories still
like
has
actively listen to it,
that
you know.
one
Sorry.
PTSD moment from @BronyCon 2018, as if it was not obvious from the tweet she had made that Saturday.
Or
with
maybe
the
I'll put it
shocked
on
DJ Pwn
stream one
3
night.
image. I know
while
the
I'm
trolls
like fucking around
identified
with City
Jessie quick
Skylines or
enough,
something.
not to mention the witness in the vendor hall at that moment. Mama, apparently, still has the issues, although she has moved forward for the most
Oh,
part,
okay.
and realized and understood from that incident
I haven't played
on naming
Vampire
the
Survivors.
celebs
I
she
hear
had
nothing but good
communicated with
things.
online as friends at that same
Just like really
July/August
addicting, right?
2018 timeframe. Oh, what an epic shot in the foot she made then. She has learned that she needed to be more cautious when talking about others online, as well as the courteous and common sense untagging others who the comment is not directly addressed to when commenting below said posts. But yeah, since that Saturday at BronyCon 2018, Mama has been wanting to talk it out. Simple, direct, and calm, with hashtag no whacking on the reasoning for that negativity at the time. After all,
I
Mama was a fan
I
of his,
know
and
where
still
all this
is,
shit is
regardless
going
of
when they
that
mention
one
their
heartbreaking
mother,
moment.
and it,
I also strongly state, in fact,
like,
that this is not at a
it's
crush,
like
romantic,
knowing
or love
a
feeling,
comet
as she had
is gonna
lost
hit the
those
Earth.
urges more so while on the E herself. Not to mention that she
Yeah,
literally
it's
hated
bad.
sex,
All this shit
period,
ends up
for a while
awful.
during that bunch of shit with hashtag idea guy in 17/18. Think about it. If one hated sex, even for a while, that obviously says a lot about how they feel
What kind
about
of game
romance
is it?
and
It's
the
just like
attraction.
a survival,
Also, Chris
like
Chan is literally
tower,
married
almost tower
and has
defense
been
kind of
since
thing.
March
I mean, not
26th,
really, but
2018,
kind of.
long before BronyCon of that same year.
Like just
So,
killing
shit,
hordes of
yeah,
enemies.
Mama was never ever going to do anything in personal approach, and always will keep personal
Oh, I
space
saved
with
that
others,
actually pretty good.
unless welcomed or felt welcomed for a handshake or a simple hug. I feel that I have made that very clear here, and nobody bring up at too many games of 2018. Mama learned heavily from that as well, and needs not a reminder
Oh, I
of
think
that.
they're calling themselves
Other
Mama,
moment that
which
puts
is,
a PTSD in her memory as well. The first rule
I don't
of
even know.
here is that you never talk about PTSD-inducing topics. Anyway, Mama's memories are pulling up that unfortunate hashtag no whacking PTSD moment.
I feel
recently.
like I've played
I feel
another
this
game
would
like
be a
that, but I
most
can't even think
appropriate
of
and
it.
very
The only
good
thing would be like a tower
time for
defense
Jessie
game.
to finally sort this out with
Oh,
Mama.
come on.
It has been more than one
I
and a
fucked
half
that up.
years now. I
Oh,
leave it up
oh,
to him to manifest
okay.
his method of response as soon as possible. Please,
There we go.
Jessie, help to settle this matter and offer good tidings between you and Mama. Thanks. Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt emojis. On April
Says
29th,
lightning bolt.
the alleged
So fucking funny.
Sonichu purchased a set of artistic, custom-made MLP-themed bottle caps. One observer questioned whether it
Dude
was
behind
really
verse.
Sonichu writing the post, since it sounded like what Chris would say. Sonichu replied, explaining that it was really him.
Interesting.
Another Twitter user criticized him for spending money on supposed garbage instead of saving money like the Chandlers were supposed to do.
They've started putting up a
Sonichu
bunch of
wrote
stuff
back
about
that
City
the bottle
Skylines
caps
too.
were
I've been
created
checking
by
out. It
an
looks really
artist
cool.
affected by the cancellations of
I
conventions due to
still
the
am not
COVID-19
sold that I would
pandemic,
play that
and so
over
he was in fact
what we have
wasting
now
money
with City
on being
Skylines
helpful to
1,
others.
but
The artist who
definitely
made the bottle
will be
caps
getting
then
it.
wrote a tweet claiming they were not aware that the products were sent to a quote-unquote person with problems, and offered a full refund if Sonichu wished to return them. On May 10th, in commemoration of Mother's Day, Twitter follower Protoman posted an illustration
like,
of Christine's mother, Barbara. Sonichu then retweeted
multi-
the art and
what
wished
was it?
mothers and
Multi-
motherly figures a happy Mother's Day greeting. He followed up by
What do they
writing of
call
his
it?
upbringing as a Pichu in the state of
It's
Rhode
like where you
Island,
can have
and of the
businesses
events on
and
February
above the
1st,
businesses you live
2003,
there.
when his
I
Pikachu
forgot what they
parents
call it.
and
It's
other
multi
Pikachus were
something.
killed and ravaged by
Where it's not
Rocket
like
Wolves from
residential
the
and not
Pokemon
just
franchise, and all that
commercial.
shit.
It's
He then wrote of Roaster's
multi
youth
whatever.
and her
Damn,
adventures
I
with
can't
her
think of the
trainer,
word that they
Kel,
used.
and the untimely death
But that
of her
looks kind of
mother.
neat. And it looks
Also
like the
on that
road,
day, Chris or Sonichu
the road
attended
building
an
is
online
like
convention
much more
arranged by
convenient.
BabsCon, which served as somewhat of a replacement for the convention that had been
Oh, shit.
cancelled.
I fucked
Chris
that up.
or Sonichu
Great.
thanked the organizers on Twitter for their attempt at an online convention, but would have preferred an offline convention where guests could physically meet instead of lingering behind closed monitors. On May 14th, after skeptical
It's a
follower
fucking, like,
Protoman
fly in
claimed
here, and I
that
don't
they
know
could
why.
prove Chris didn't truly believe
I keep
in the
no
dimensional
food in
merge,
here of
one
any
of Chris's
kind. It
alleged
must have
spouses,
just
the Pokemon
know.
Mewtwo, allegedly took control of her Twitter account and wrote a string of
got in
tweets
here
defending Christine after becoming offended
when I went
at the
outside or
Twitter's
something.
comments. He claimed that further events showing the progression of the merge were
It's really
continuously
annoying.
happening.
If I look
and
like
that
a
Christine's
dog,
goddess powers kept growing,
like looking
having
around me,
overcome
that's
the
why.
weaknesses that were exploited by past trolls. On May 15th, the supposed Sonichu tweeted in frustration that no one was buying her signed complete set of custom-made Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder cards at $550,
Oh, that's
asking
so
for someone to
stupid.
purchase
Oh
it.
my gosh.
Later that same day,
This is the
Chris
dumbest shit ever.
Sonichu live-streamed himself reacting to the second part of the My Little Pony themed
I don't know
animated
why I went
YouTube
up here.
series Red vs. Blue, created by noted Brony analysts, continuing the streaming series started by Christine
That's
a
so
month
stupid
prior.
of me.
Hey everybody, this is Sonichu Live coming from this house once again. And today
I
we're
want to
doing
do a
live stream
full
of
playthrough of the Mass Effect
Analysis
trilogy now that I
Anarchy Part
can,
2,
like
along with
online.
my reactions to the video.
I've never really
So
played or
just
beaten the
make sure
third
everything's
one.
Set up. This is my first time using the laptop, so I don't know how to
That's
do
something I'm
screen on
definitely
screen
interested
this
in.
thing. But at least I'm able to see the video still, and y'all should be able to hear it loud enough. She's upstairs.
And
Barbara's
maybe even
upstairs,
Andromeda.
okay?
I heard Andromeda, like, after all the shit was fixed, it's not awful, but it's not,
She's
like, anything to
upstairs,
write home
alright?
about
Stop
either.
asking about Barbara. This is a reaction video for TF2 Analysis Anarchy Red vs. Blue Part 2.
Red versus Blue. You ever watch Red versus Blue? I love that shit, like, back in high school.
Didn't you used to work for us?
Yes, he did!
Indeed.
Pretty
Not
funny.
to toot my own horn or anything, but I killed one of your best co-workers in a... I want to say... Billy?
His name's not BillyWitchDoctor.com.
That, like, machinima, that's how they got their start.
I have a very difficult mission in mind. And honestly, if you can get halfway through this one in one piece, I'm certain there will be nothing left of the opposition. Well, thank you. Your confidence in us is overwhelming.
On May 22nd,
Hard to
Sonichu
watch.
posted a photo of himself
I'm not even really
in
watching it,
Christine's
I'm just
body,
listening to it,
displaying
and
a
it's hard to listen
grape-flavored
to.
Fanta brand drink, only sold in Japan, which he received via Chris's subscription to the Tokyo Treat box service, which would send a box of assorted Japanese snacks every month. Also on that
My
day,
sister
the
had
alleged
that.
Sonichu
She got some
handwrote
weird
a
shit in there.
6-page message meant for Wang Kai,
God damn
a
it.
friend and enabler of Chris's, who also played the game Dungeons & Dragons with her, and allegedly convinced Chris to give him money for groceries
Oh my
and
God, I'm fucking
game-related
this up real bad.
purchases. In the letters, Sonichu wrote that Chris-chan had been increasing in her powers as a literal goddess, and like herself,
Oh
Kai
my
was
God,
also
I've never
prophesized
fucked up
to
this
become a
awful
god.
at this part.
However, he would have to control his temper, as Chris herself had trouble with her temper, which she learned to better control, best
Yeah.
exemplified in the Chris-chan-focused video series by YouTuber Gino Samuel. He further explained that Magi-chan recognized
That YouTube
Kai
series
was the
is
most
the series we're
powerful out
watching
of
right
all
now.
their allies, and
That's
explained
weird
in
to
length
catch
how
up
Magi-chan had foreseen many
in
fated
a
events
biography
which were
about a
signs of the
person,
dimensional
that
merge.
person talking about the
next day,
biography that you're
Sonichu shared a
currently
drawing
doing.
made
That's
by
a
Maker
weird
Knightly,
kind of mindfuck.
depicting Christine in a style reminiscent of a Disney princess, hugging Sonichu, commenting that the picture made him and Rosechu smile. On May 25th, Chris's signed set of Twilight Sparkle's secret chipfic folder cards were bought by an unknown buyer for
Why?
$550,
What is even
with
happening?
70% of the profits set to be divided between artists affected by the cancellation of MLP conventions. On May 29th, Sonichu revealed that Christine had received a
Oh yeah,
stimulus
that new
payment meant to help
Metalocalypse
relieve any financial
movie is coming out
difficulties
too,
caused by the
fairly
COVID-19
soon.
pandemic. Sonichu wrote that he used the money to buy an
Fuck, I
Apple
forgot all
iPad
about that.
tablet device and took to drawing Sonichu digitally,
I'm in a
adding
save
that it was a
state.
frustrating experience. The following day, after watching part 38 of the YouTube series Chris-chan: A Comprehensive History, the alleged Sonichu wrote on Twitter that before watching the video, he had never known about the album Trollsta's Paradise by punk band Guanj, which consisted of covers of songs
Shit, I might
recorded
die.
by Christian. Sonichu chalked the album up as a piece of literal irony. He soon afterwards posted screenshots from the segment in part 38 covering Christian's video for John Kyle, the musician who performed at Chris's half-brother Cole Smithy's wedding, writing that he found his mother's facial expressions hilarious, calling for Chris's face to be made a meme. On
Okay.
June 2nd, Sonichu
What are you
wrote a
currently
tweet
doing
thread
right
on
now?
how
What
his
time
mother
is it over
Christine
there,
had
like
been
9
trolled and bullied
or something?
in the past,
It's like
but
midnight here.
reflected that she recently learned to see everyone's true intentions. He noted that YouTuber Dylan Thomas and artist Ben Saint were leeching off of her success and misfortune for their own personal gain, but had remained kind to them since those creators were part of fated events she was supposed to witness. He closed by promising to publicly list Chris's worst offenders, which would include the administrator of the QB Farms, Null. On June 12th, Sonichu went to Twitter to ask YouTuber Count Dankula, who had interviewed Christine in the past,
What
to direct
are you
message him
reviewing
regarding
next?
a so-called local guardian, possibly referencing the local guardian and consultant's social worker service available in the UK.
Or do I have to
It
wait
is
and
unknown
find out?
whether a conversation between the two took place. Also on that day,
Man, that
Sonichu
guy's
live-streamed his
kinda look like
reaction to the
mine.
third part of Red vs. Blue.
We're gonna be watching Red Blues versus Blue Part 3 in just a few minutes, about 10 minutes. And fortunately, I'll be able to do a little video on video on this iPad. But
Oh,
of course
okay.
I did
Oh, hey,
this
look at that, I
iPad
died.
with- Look at all these stickers, huh?
I'm not paying
That's
attention.
fun. And what's on the bottom?
Crying
I mean,
Pony.
look like
I've
a
never heard
yearbook
of
or
it.
something. I do believe this will work for picture-in-picture. Again, the actual video that we played on the laptop right here.
There's so many
might
small
not sync
games
up
out
with
there
what's
that,
shown on
like,
the iPad here. And this is your basic
it's so hard to
32
keep
gig
track of
iPad
everything.
Pro,
You know,
7th gen. I'll eventually
like
get
back in the day,
higher
Super
capacity
Nintendo
model.
NES, I mean, there was a bunch of shit coming out, but now it's just,
Sonichu. I'm zapping it up right here.
it's impractical to, like,
Barbara's not
know
going
a quarter of
downstairs
anything that comes out, you know.
anytime soon today, so chillax on that.
Possibly oh, nice.
Responsible for
I
these
love the
civil
Genesis
unrest.
chip.
She's upstairs. Barbara Ann Weston Chandler is upstairs. All right, she is alive and well. Stop asking about her. She's right here. Hi, Rosie.
I have a bunch of, like, top
She's
10
not
tracks
dead.
and
Shut
stuff
up.
that are actually ready to go for my other channel. I just need to, like,
Hey, Barb.
make a current, thumbnail with them or whatever, thumbnail for them, and let them
do
go.
me a favor. Would you come downstairs for a minute, please?
I have a bunch of interviews and stuff too with some fairly big
Barb, come here.
YouTubers that I did on my other channel,
I'm on a live
like
video stream and people wanna
Boogie2988
see
and
you, so just come over here. Sit right here.
Game Chasers and Alpha Mega Sin and all
to the
that.
world.
I don't know if you know
Hello
any
to
of
the
them.
world.
God.
There's Barbara. See, she's alive and well. Give him some wisdom.
Oh, take care of your money. Don't make foolish investments.
That's weird. That's uncomfortable.
Anything else that's not financial?
No, not at all.
All right.
Oh, that's weird. I
How
don't
are
like
you
watching
feeling?
that.
I feel great.
None of them.
Good.
Gerard, the
everybody's
completionist,
just-
Pat, the
We'll go
NES
back
punk,
upstairs. Thank you,
who's
Barb.
kind of like a really
You're
fucking
welcome.
big
See you
douchebag.
later.
8-bit Eric. None of them really?
Is everybody happy now? Do you believe me? She's not a robot. Shut up.
Boogie2988, did I already say him? He's like the biggest one I've interviewed. And it wasn't even like a big sit down thing, but it was at Retropalooza here in Dallas.
Wait, I'll show you? Well, I'm sure your teamwork is going swimmingly. Oh, shut up, Ninja. You haven't been here long enough for your comments to be valid.
Those two, okay.
Hey, don't bully the newbie. Yeah, you're not as experienced as
The Game Chasers they put on Retropalooza here, they live like 5 minutes from me.
On June 13th, upon watching Chris Chan A Comprehensive History, Part 39, Sonichu wrote in the comments section of the YouTube video clarifying a misconception about what caused the Chandler's house fire of 2014, and disagreeing with the mention of private emails Chris had sent to
It was,
fearsome gal pal Kim
I just was
Wilson
like going
regarding
up to
his
people like,
experience
oh,
with
you know, what's your
tucking
top 3
his penis
favorite
into his
RPGs?
anus. Hey,
Some pretty interesting
firstly,
ones
that
there.
door to the bathroom downstairs was unable to close at all back in 2013 and early 14. Second, why the hell would you read that personal
If I
shit
remember
about
right.
Mama with the
Have you
penis
played
thing?
Trinity
Oh, my
Trigger?
Chris Chan,
I got
why
that
did
one. I
Kim
haven't
have
booted
to
it
be
up
such a
yet.
literal
It's supposed to
troll
be like an
totally
homage
expose
to
these
Secret of
things
Mana
when
and
they were
those
shared with her in
types
the
of
strictest
games.
confidence?
I heard it's
Kim
pretty
Wilson,
good.
if that is even your
More-
real
yeah,
name
no.
at this point, Mama may forgive you to an extent, but
More
I,
videos to better.
Sonichu, am truly insulted by this shit stunt you've pulled with her trust in betrayal over the years.
Can fly.
On June 14th, Sonichu tweeted a list of Twitter users who had allegedly talked badly of Chris Chan over the past decade, branding them backtalkers, as he had previously promised, intending for Chris Chan followers to negatively target the aforementioned
it seems pretty
haters.
good. People
He
seem to
noted
enjoy
that
it.
more lists would be published in the future. 6 days later, Christine's Patreon account began supporting artist Fluffy TG, subscribing to her highest $5 per month tier.
Bronies are weird.
Next day, after watching the first episode,
They can do
of the
whatever
My
they
Little Pony
want. I don't
series,
care.
Pony Life,
Like, they have the right to
supposed
do
Sonichu
anything that they
posted on
want, but
Twitter
I have
a
the
photo
right to
of
think that they
Christine's
are weird
face,
as
pulling
fuck.
an extended frown to
At least
signify
the
his
vast
displeasure at
majority of
watching
them.
the cartoon, captioning the photo that the show was confirmed to be deity-level awful.
Or furries
On
in
July
general,
1st,
furries and
Christine's
bronies and all
former
that.
love interest and
Like,
occultist
I am so
consultant,
happy for
Jacob
them, but
Sockness, tweeted about how much he loved hugs, hinting
some of
that
that
he
shit
yearned for
goes
the embrace
way
of
too
Chris,
hard.
the most heavenly goddess. The alleged Sonichu responded by telling him to stop his sex obsession. On July 7th, after a delay allegedly
If that
caused
gets
by
me
the so-called
canceled or
events
whatever,
and being
that's
linked to
fine.
them, Sonichu
I'll
posted
deal
more
with that.
lengthy lists of Twitter users who he considered backtalkers against Christine. The list included animator and YouTuber OniNG, artist and animator Psychic Pebbles, and Matt Watson of the YouTube-based comedic duo Super Mega, due to their conceivably callous occasional references to Christery in their content. On July 13th, after Jacob Sockness announced himself ruler of Earth and representative of the Rokot alien empire to Earth, the purported Sonichu told him to stop that kind of talk, as he had no power over Sonichu or Christine, who had been saving lives, serving blessings, and doing her best for the Earths of both dimensions. Sonichu added that none of people's deaths or other events that Sockness claimed to have influenced were his doing, and that they were instead fated to happen, telling Jacob to stop talking of himself so egotistically because the dimensional merge was happening. During this time, Sonichu, while in Christine's body, handwrote several pages of magic spells that had to be followed in order to enact the dimensional merge. Photos of these notes were shared
believe
amongst
this too.
members of the Place
That there's
Discord
other
group, which sought to
dimensions and that
protect
there's
Chris from
brony
negative
parts
outside
of them over
forces, while also indulging her delusions of alternate dimensions and living original
I don't even know.
characters. The supposed Sonichu also shared with the
They
Discord
need to be
server new photos
locked
of
up in a
Chris's
mental
room,
institution.
displaying her array of newly purchased toys surrounding her bed, along with occultist rings of stone facing a black mirror. On July 15th, the artist Fluffy TG sent out a tweet asking her fans to guess how old she was, before eventually revealing she was in her early 30s. Sonichu responded to say that her mother Christine thought the artist was roughly veering on 18 to 21 years of age, entering young adulthood, and cute enough to still get away at times. Fluffy TG soon after blocked Chris's Twitter account.
Don't.
On July 16th, Sonichu, using Chris's body,
That's so
logged back
fucking
into
weird.
Christine's QB Farms account, Legendary Christorian, and started a private conversation with the site's administrator, Joshua Moon, or Null. Sonichu first came to tell Null about a supposed future battle between Christian Sonichu and the
Oh
demonic
yeah, there was this
entity
Amanda
Jacoa,
Bynes
bringing
like
forth the detail
documentary
that
the gamer
Sockness
from
had been
Mars
disabled
did that I
of
want to
most of
watch
his
after
magical
this.
abilities. Moon wrote back, addressing him as
I had
Chris,
the
letting her
fucking
know that
biggest
Chris
crush
and
on
the
her when
Sonichu
I was
comics
young.
brought
Apparently she
people
got
a
into
lot of
drugs
joy,
and fucked her
and that if
life
she
up
were in
or
trouble,
something.
he would help
Like
her,
she was
as he had
really
shown
big
in
for
the
a
past
while.
that he was very willing
Like
to
when I
do
was
so.
in high
Null
school,
added
middle
that
school.
he could not offer assistance or be her friend if she continued to talk as if she was Sonichu about
But I think she
interdimensional
followed like a
matters as if they were
similar
real.
path that Lindsay
Sonichu wrote
Lohan
further
did.
of his need to tell as many people around the world as possible to pray to Christian Sonichu and share their quote-unquote Christos, a concept of
think
unknown origin and
they're my
significance.
age,
The
Lindsay
alleged
Lohan and
Sonichu
Amanda
added
Bynes.
that he could agree to disagree with Null on some matters, and insisted that he was Sonichu, speaking through Christine's body. Null then apologized to Chris for not being able to help, but remained open to assist her in
And I
the
think the
future.
Olsen twins were
Sonichu
born
then
like
re-insisted that Null
2
tell
days
everyone
before
to
I
pray to
was.
Christian Sonichu and
And
share
they
their
look-
Christos. Moon wrote back that he was
They
not
look
interested
rough.
in Sockness's recent attempts in using Christine to get more attention on himself, a statement that Sonichu refuted. Null claimed that like in past trolling sagas, there was an enemy troll and a friend troll, which may or may not be played by the same person. In this case, Null theorized that there was a friend troll behind the scenes, who may be Jacob or one of Jacob's friends, who was encouraging Chris to reach out to Null with the aim
You know,
of having
weirdly
the admin
enough, this part of the game is shown in the intro, and like it kind of ruins the surprise of like figuring out what you have to do.
This idea, claiming that he came to Null under his own volition.
Because I think I did this and I hadn't seen to lay a power bomb there.
Herself.
Because you're
On
not
July
really supposed to
18th,
enter
Jacob
there.
posted photos of the so-called
Or,
ultimate ritual, which
well,
he created,
not supposed to.
consisting
I don't
partly
think
of
it's like
dripping his own
intended in the
blood
original
onto
route.
Chris's custom Twilight Sparkles secret chip
Because you're supposed to enter through the other way during the going on the other side of the wrecked ship.
Due to the appearance of a sulfuric scent
But
in Sockness's room.
blowing up that
The
little
alleged Sonichu replied
glass
using
casing.
Christine's Twitter
That's like a
account,
really cool
writing that
thing. I wish
Jacob
they
dripping
hadn't
his own blood
spoiled.
onto the cards did not make him a blood brother to either Magic-chan, Sonichu, or Chris-chan, and all that
They
did
also
was
do
greatly
the
offend Sonichu. 2 days
what's it
later,
called, the
the
crystal
alleged
flash.
Sonichu took part in a
They don't tell
multi-hour
you
voice
how,
call over the
and it's
instant
really
messaging
fucking
service
specific.
Google Hangouts, with
But
members
they
of
do
the
show it.
Blaze
It's very
Discord
weird.
group.
They show a lot of obscure shit.
Just as Josh, said to you, you brought so much. You bring and you brought so much fucking joy to this world, and you continue to do so. That's why one of the reasons why, you need to remain safe.
You're amazing, Sonichu.
Yeah. I want nothing but the best for you.
Somebody said they think oh shit. You think Sonichu's a demon that attached itself to that pendant? Like that's why Chris is like he is. Like, yeah, well, I'm an atheist, but that does make sense.
Yeah, that's really sweet. I wish more people wouldn't try to weaponize the Rosicru against you, because they know, I love that little couplet that you wrote. As long as the birds tweet, you shall be my heart sweet.
It was adorable.
Yeah.
So corny but cute.
On July 29th, the enabler, Helena G.
Oh, come
Fiorenza,
on.
posted a photo of the interior of a shopping mall with her illustration of Chris's version of Mary Lee
Stupid
Walsh
RNG
superimposed on it, writing as if Walsh was encountered at the mall in person. The enabler, Righteous for Quick, asked Christine the goddess
The most
on the
amazing
veracity
thing
of her
about
statement.
Chris Chan
Seemingly, Chris
is that they've been
responded to
drawing
state
for
that
like
Helena was telling the truth, and that Mary Lee
30
Walsh had
years or
crossed
so,
over
and
to
they
the
haven't
dimension.
gotten better. Like,
On the
that is the
final day
most,
of July,
that's the
purported
craziest
Sonichu
shit to
had
me.
a private conversation with the Play's member, Not, in which he
Is
recalled
doing
his
something
dream.
that much
In it,
and not
Chris's mother,
gaining
Barbara,
any
was
skill at
driving
all,
him in
ever,
their car,
in 30
but turned
fucking
the
years.
steering wheel too suddenly, causing them to spin out of control. They then ended up at a diner where Sonichu used the ladies' restroom and saw some imagery of the private areas of quote-unquote young ladies also using the facilities.
Ooh,
Some got
what?
their pee onto Sonichu, which left him neutral to disgusted. Sonichu proceeded to spend at least the next week updating Not with his dreams.
What?
One of which
They
featured
fucking
coming
went-
back to Manchester High School and telling Christian's gal pal,
That's
Tiffany
so
Gowan,
fucked up,
how he
man.
felt about
Blocked?
her, which then morphed into a brief conflict with a piece
my
of
gosh.
Jacob Sockness. On another night, Sonichu dreamt that he returned
weird
to the
shit,
Chandler's
man.
residence and saw a human figure in Chris's bedroom that he recognized as Magic-chan, who told him that even though he was being controlled by someone else's input, he should not let that get him down. Sonichu and human Magic-chan cuddled, and then Sonichu woke up from that dream while still dreaming. He was approached by a different man and woke up in dream again several times before waking up in the dream next to a baby girl.
What the
which
fuck
was
is
recently
this
birthed by
fever
Barbara.
dream?
The baby told Sonichu that she liked him before waking up for real.
Hey, what's going on?
Toward the end of July, Protoman held a
Oh my
private conversation
gosh.
with Sonichu over
This is
Twitter direct
wild.
messaging, who managed to get Sonichu to admit that he would not try to convince anyone of the oncoming dimensional merge, because everyone would experience it for themselves. Protoman, however, continued
This-
to dismiss the merge as falsehood. Sonichu
When they
angrily
start talking
defended
about
the
this
veracity of
dimensional
the
merge
as it was
bullshit and
Sonichu
everything,
talking
it's
to them,
like-
allegedly literally from dimension C197, adding that they could
I'm
only
not
know
nearly
as many details of the merge
high
at any
enough for
given
this
time
shit.
as they needed to know, and that it was too complex to explain in detail. Protoman accused Sonichu of having the capabilities to explain, though refusing to do so. Proto Man finally asked if Sonichu
Kill
could
him!
accept the possibility that the merge
damn it.
wasn't real and that Christine didn't truly believe it if presented with undeniable proof.
Cool.
Sonichu simply wrote that he wouldn't accept such a scenario and promptly blocked Proto Man from contacting him any further. On August 6th, Chris as Sonichu recorded a video stating on Christine's behalf how her belongings were to
I'm
be
so
divided
confused,
in the
like,
event
why
of
you don't
something
stream
happening
more.
to himself or Chris. It is unclear what prompted Sonichu to record
You
this
stream
video.
more like when you were
Sonichu shared it
working.
with Not, who out of concern soon after leaked
And
it
then you're
on the
like,
wiki
I'm
and
gonna
QB
stream
forums.
more now that I don't have a job, but
Hello,
like
this
it's
is-
so much less now. Very confusing to me.
Hello, this is Sonichu in
Shit,
the body of Mama Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu.
Did you watch the first part of
Sonichu.
Oh god damn
Anyway,
it.
I'm
The
recording
Overwatch
this
thing? I
as
need
a
to put that
video
reaction
reel
up.
with my wife,
I
Rosie
watched
Rose.
that the
She's
other
standing next
night.
to
I think
me.
the second one actually
For
might
any
be out.
For in the event anything happens to me and this one body that belongs to Mama Chris Chan, anything happens, including a very likely just vanish from this dimension.
I died?
this body
Oh
and me,
shit.
And this house gets left behind, and anything else that happens to transpire in this timeline before the timeline changes, I wish to hereby bequeath all my remaining all of
Alright,
the
that's
remaining
fine.
possessions between mine and Mama's that are in this household within the area
okay.
of this temple. I will relinquish all that
I understand that.
to Megan, Kathleen, Ringo. So she'll have to be sure to come over to help sort things out, and if she feels like it, she can move
Well,
in.
fuck. I'm not
well,
that far
but
away,
that's a
I
whole other
guess.
thing. That's a fan going click, 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 click. The air conditioner just died out, so I have to take that as a sign. Anyway,
Not too
aside from
bad.
that,
Yeah.
but I would also
Isn't it like a free-to-play
like
game?
to
How are they gonna drain your
also
money?
help out around the house.
Like, what's the
who lives here in the state of Virginia? One, Kevin Fairchild. I'd like him
monetization
to-
look like? Oh shit! I didn't mean
Barbara?
to do that.
You're gonna let him move in. You're gonna let him move in. You're gonna help you with any remaining things and artifacts within this house.
I did not mean to do that.
And Megan, you'll have to work with him as well. He's very genuine, very kind. I believe you both will get along very well.
That wastes so much time.
And this will definitely work out because you know me. I'm going into C197, alternate
yeah.
dimension.
I don't know. This
And I'm gonna end up
curious.
powering up this body, unlocking all of its alternate forms and everything. I
need to play only up. I actually downloaded only up.
brain is so
I have it.
disorganized.
I haven't
So
booted
body
it up
language
yet
is not
though.
exactly syncing up at times. But yeah, I want Kevin Fairchild to come and move in as well. Because Barbara's going to need as much help as possible on the event that this house, this temple, just stays behind while
Everyone's raving
the
about
event that
Vampire
I
Survivors.
just suddenly
Swedish
vanished
Wargo was in here talking
get
about
out
it.
this house and leaving
just
it
a little
and
while
everything
ago.
else behind. And in that case, also,
I've heard nothing but great
being
things about it
obvious,
for the past like
this
half
body
a
would
year.
not stand by because it's one and only. It's one and only. The eyes linked to this one brain. If you only knew, camera 0000000.
What the fuck am I
Everybody
watching?
else, the true first-person perspective. So many things in my mind. So please pardon me if I seem a little bit erratic, but this is my last video
Okay.
will and testament.
I'll
on
check it
behalf
out. I mean,
of
it was in that
Christine
Nintendo
Weston
Direct,
Chandler
but I guess
Sonichu,
nobody.
was born as Christopher Weston Chandler.
I guess nobody's really been talking
To
much about
Barbara
it
and
for whatever
Robert
reason.
Chandler in this dimension, in this timeline. I leave y'all with that. And the attorney who will handle the case and all that, and helping them at all, or anybody else helping them get situated with the situation.
Oh,
and all that. So,
I'll boot it up after this.
Thank you.
This is almost over. Yeah, it's like less than a minute to go. Oh shit, this is interesting. He didn't end off with the Ooh, that's weird. That's very strange. They didn't end off with the music. That's the first time in 77 episodes that they haven't done that. Alright, let's take a look at that. This Palia thing. And then I want to watch the Amanda Bynes documentary. Because all I know about her is that she got fucked up with drugs or something. Or, I mean, from what I understand, it's like the common childhood, like, stardom kind of thing. Weirdly enough, I think Macaulay Culkin was one of the only people not to have been, like, completely fucked up by childhood stardom. There may have been a few others as well. But, here, let's see this Palia thing. That music reminds me of something. Almost sounds like the Hobbit music, kind of. Something from Lord of the Rings. Breath of the Wild climbing in there. Breath of the Wild! It's so fucking Breath of the Wild. Man, that game has influenced so many other games. Unreal. It's so fucking unreal. Games with gliders before 2016, 0. Games after 2016, like, tons. So what is it, though? Like, I don't understand what you do. Like, do you just, like, live and stuff?
It's like Ancestry.com for Palia, plus new team answers and an alpha update.
That's a while back. Well, it's 4 months ago. It's 5 minutes. I'll watch it.
Hello.
Is it an MMO? Because how are they going to allot land to people to build on? Or is it like not an MMO where it's like a big server but not infinitely big, and then if you can join other people's servers, does your shit carry over there? But then how would that work if y'all have two of the houses on the same, like, space, unless they're, I mean, they would have to be dedicated servers, right? So an MMO has thousands of people. How big is this game gonna be if you can build houses on it? I'm so confused by that. I want to see. I'm very curious how they handle it.
It has been quite a while since my last video. We've had a pile of updates from Singularity 6 about characters in Palia's world over on the official Discord, but it was all summarized into a great new blog
works
post
fine, I
put up on
guess, like in
Palia.com the other
Minecraft,
day.
if you have
The title is Meet the Villagers, the
50
Friendship and
people on it or
Romance of
something.
Palia. It goes into detail about almost every villager of Kilima Village and Bahari Bay, outlining families, friendships, mentorships, and romances. I'll be covering each of the villagers in my next video, so for now I'll point out 2 of the highlights of the post. The relationship chart at the top, which outlines how everyone is connected, including some side comments from characters like Kenyatta and Zeki. The other feature is this absolutely beautiful wide...
See, that's weird, because if there's static people in here that you can romance and stuff, like, if I'm gonna get with, I don't know, whoever, Mrs. Flobblewash, I don't want anyone else getting with Mrs. Flobblewash if I'm gonna be her husband or whatever. How's that gonna work?
shot of all
You got some kind of like affair system going on in here?
of the characters together. It really demonstrates the diversity of height and body shapes represented in this game.
I mean, those are basic questions I think would need to be
Eagle-eyed
answered.
readers also noticed an
I'm
update to
curious,
a blog post
is
from
all.
July of last year about the beginning of Alpha 2 testing. They've added text mentioning the item shop being added to the alpha test and said the following: "We want to give a big thank you
God, could
to
you even
everyone who purchased
imagine
an outfit to help test our shop.
what
While
Mrs.
making money during these
Flobblewash is
playtests
doing
not a
with
primary
Evanglair
goal, it's
when
crucial
she's
for us to
married and
test our
has a
store
kid
tech
with
and to better understand players' interests in
Caladrius
purchasing.
somehow?
Of course, we appreciate any and all support, whether it's a form of feedback, bug reports, or even just playing the game. Every moment helps to make Palia the best game it can be, and we appreciate all of it." So it's Singularity 6 verifying that there was in fact item purchasing in the alpha testing that they've done. They followed it up with a link to a blog post about their business model. If you want more details about Palia and its free-to-play plan, check out the video I did about it.
I
when they first
do.
announced
I
their
actually really
intentions.
would like to check that
And
out.
the
I'll
news
subscribe
kept
to
on
this
coming
guy.
with S6 providing a
He
new
has
set
less
of
subscribers
developer
than me, but he
responses on the
makes
Team
far better
Answers channel
videos
of
than
their
I do.
Discord. They've done a set of answers every month in the past, but are transitioning to a new way of handling your questions. Hang around to find out.
I mean,
about
if it's
that.
coming out in
On to this
August,
month's answers.
it
Aiden,
better.
the game director, told us that there won't be a lot of social game experiences built into the main Palia game from launch. Things like checkers or Gwent in The Witcher. Instead, S6 hopes to
Why even
empower
play it
players
then?
to create those sorts of experiences on their own. It would still be nice to know what the weird circle multi-layer chess game and Asura's Tavern is. And there will be, of course, many social opportunities for players in the main gameplay loop. Community manager Amelia reiterated that Palia will in fact have seasonal and non-seasonal events like holidays and festivals.
I'm very
Amelia
curious,
also
though. I
added
really
some
am.
context to the idea of pets in Palia,
Like, me
saying
poking
that they
these
have a pretty
things
good idea of
is
how pets will work
because
in the game,
I
but
too
not to
am
expect that
excited about it,
functionality
for
until a
sure.
little bit
I'm not
after
trying
the
to like
initial
shit on the
release.
game. I'm
As
just
long as it doesn't take
very
as long
curious
as science and
about it.
exploration in Star Citizen, we should be fine. YouTuber and fellow cozy game enthusiast Pixel Sean asked about the content release schedule, and Aiden says they are targeting about 2 patches a month, with some flexibility in there for holidays and other activities. Some will be small bug fixes
2
and quality of
patches a
life
month.
patches, and others will be feature and content updates.
It's more than
Most importantly
Overwatch
to me
does.
was the
I don't know what the
verification that
fuck they're
patches will
doing at
advance the
Overwatch. I
story
don't.
and contain
I
changes
just
to
fucking
the world
don't.
and characters. This helps solidify the idea that Palia will be
Sorry.
a living and growing world with a story for players to follow along with.
So there is a story, okay.
And last but not least, Amelia fielded a question about getting more promotion of the game out of Discord and onto streaming services like Twitch or YouTube.
Mhm.
While developer streams will not become a reality until closer to release, they are starting to ramp up the content releases, and we'll see that in places like Twitter,
What's the deal with
Facebook, Instagram,
us,
and YouTube,
Jin, and everybody
as well
doing
as the Palia
Stardew?
website and Discord. A driving factor behind that is the idea that S6 wants players to experience the world of Paleo with fresh eyes the first time they play, and seem to be trying to avoid oversaturation of what the game world is like.
I very much love that that's their take on this. Instead of showing everything and blowing their load on everyone, that's the only reason. Like, that I like to explore shit. That's why I fucking love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, because nobody's really like explored all this stuff, and that's the main reason I play video games. It's why I love fucking No Man's Sky, because everything you explore is new and different, like, as opposed to something like WoW or fucking Diablo 4. And I like Diablo 4, don't get me wrong. I boot it up a few hours a day. I'm not no-lifing it because I play it and I'm like, okay, it's fine. but like everyone has already figured out everything about it, like what the best builds are and what this is, and if you don't have this, go fuck yourself, and this and that. Like, it's all scienced out. Like, there's nothing to explore and discover in the game already, and the game hasn't even been out for a goddamn month yet. Or I guess it has. It's been out for about a month. Still, it's like, no, just I want to explore new shit. That's the main reason I like games.
It's a tricky balance to strike, and I hope they manage to get it right. Until then, of course, you'll have content creators like myself to smash all the released info together for you.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Finally, the way we get answers from S6 about the game has changed somewhat. Instead of monthly gathering up of questions to answer on Discord, the community team is leaving the Submit Your Question channel open at all times. The team will then go through on a weekly basis or faster as time allows, and either provide the answer in a thread, say they can't reveal details yet, or a generic not sure with the iconic red question mark, which tells us that they really don't have an answer for that particular question.
Yeah,
of course, the downside of a system like this is that they're likely to get the same questions over and over again. But Amelia says that's pretty much what they're dealing with now, and this allows them to get answers out faster and not just have
I should probably join their Discord
no response at all.
Post my
For
questions.
my money, this seems like a good solution to the complaints about the ATT format and how it felt to some commenters that S6 were being overly selective in what got answered, and we weren't
The graphics
really
are
learning a
really
lot from it.
pretty.
What do you think? Share
It's
your
very
thoughts in the
WoW-like,
comments below
but
and
also a
check
little bit
back
like
for
Breath
my
of the
villager
Wild.
guide soon. And as always, have a great day.
I mean, these people clearly love Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I'm surprised you or Herb don't have Tears of the Kingdom yet. It's fucking amazing. I need to do my review on it now that it's been several months and I haven't changed my mind at all about it. It's so good. Anyway, what's that Amanda Bynes thing I had on Watch Later? I'm very curious about that. I called it too. There is so much pure porn out there. Like the day that Tears of the Kingdom released, I knew that shit. When I got that game early and I got to that part, I was like, yeah, the internet's gonna be flooded with this R34 Pura. And I was right. Not that I've looked, but I was right. Let's see. Oh, did you hear about that 8-year-old? There were people like pretending to be similar to like Mr. Beast in this 8-year-old with like hearing impairment. He was told like, oh yeah, you know, we're doing this kind of Mr. Beast type video, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna blindfold you and let you run around I think it was a Target store or something, and get whatever you want. And they did that, and his dad was there too, and they blindfolded him, and they just fucking ran away. Little kid was like crying and stuff, like this was his goddamn dream come true. And they picked him because he had like a hearing impairment. But his dad heard them say that, and then like they just fucking ran. It's awful. I would have probably gone to jail for what I would have done to those people if they like came into contact with me and I knew that that's what they were doing. People are fucking terrible. Anyway. Let's see the downfall of Amanda Bynes. Amanda Bynes, let's see. I'm pretty sure Amanda Bynes is like my age. Yeah, she was born what, April? Two months before I was. She's 37. She looks pretty rough. Pretty rough. Let's go there.
And today we'll be discussing a case of this from the modern era. Born in 1986, Amanda Bynes' acting career began at the age of 7 when she was spotted by a Nickelodeon producer while performing at a comedy camp. Afterwards, this producer encouraged her parents to let the young actress audition for their channel. which eventually led to Amanda landing a role on All That, a sketch show with an all-child cast. She quickly became a breakout star amongst the
A lot of
ensemble,
those
winning her
people
first
became
Kids'
stars
Choice Award for
on All
Favorite
That.
Television
I
Actress
remember
in 2000.
watching that.
Off the back of her success, she received her own spin-off series, The Amanda Show, which ran for 3 years and helped turn the young actress into an icon of the Nickelodeon brand. Throughout the 2000s, she appeared in popular films such as Big Fat Liar, She's the Man, Easy A, and Hairspray. It seemed that Amanda might have been heading to become Hollywood royalty, but her promising career was just about to start crumbling. The world first got a glimpse at the dark side of this child star on April 6, 2012, when at the age of 26, Amanda was arrested on a misdemeanor DUI charge after a collision in West Hollywood. Just 4 days later, she was accused of another hit-and-run accident in San Fernando Valley. On May 5th, she was accused of a third hit-and-run in LA, although she claimed to have not been aware that she had collided with her accuser's vehicle. At this point, Amanda Bynes was a well-known name among the LAPD, and she was officially charged with a DUI in early June following this latest arrest. In the wake of this, she bizarrely chose to tweet at Barack Obama to ask for help, although she obviously received no response from the then president. In early August, Amanda was accused of yet another vehicular collision by a woman named Kissa, who claimed that Bynes had driven away from the scene of their accident after being asked to exchange insurance information. By September 5th, it was reported that Amanda had been charged with 2 counts of hit and run for the April and August incidents. Just like the celebrity's car, her public image had taken quite a few hits, and many began to mock the actress's apparent downfall. Strangely, one prominent voice among her detractors was Lindsay Lohan.
Really? She was shitting on Amanda Bynes? Lindsay Lohan? Of all people? Wow. Okay.
Her own highly publicized spiral.
Wow.
Lindsay tweeted, "Why did I get put in jail and a Nickelodeon star had no punishment so far?" ahead of Amanda's court date for her charges. They were eventually dismissed after the actress entered a civil settlement with the other drivers, but there were still repercussions. In late September, TMZ reported that Amanda's agent, publicist, and entertainment lawyer had all dropped her as a client. Her once promising career seemed to have stopped in its tracks. And with that, we would start to witness one of the worst downfalls of a child star in Hollywood history. As a result of her legal troubles and professional isolation, Amanda withdrew from the Hollywood mainstream, but remained an increasingly popular figure among the tabloids, who were happy to exploit her erratic behavior at every turn. Most of this emerged through her Twitter account, including an infamous tweet about how she wanted Drake to, quote, "murder her." Many began to question the actress's mental stability, and across 2013 it was only questioned more. On May 24th, Amanda was arrested after allegedly throwing a bong out the window of her New York apartment. The police had been called to her building after her superintendent complained about her smoking in the lobby, and she faced charges of tampering with evidence, reckless endangerment, and marijuana possession. She was taken to a mental hospital for the night, but released the next day. Once she was free, Amanda accused the officer who had arrested her of sexual harassment, claiming that he had, quote, slapped her during the arrest. She was adamant that the charges against her were false, and ranted on Twitter about her plans to sue the NYPD and her apartment complex since she had no drugs in her possession, and no proof of any had been found. The NYPD denied her allegations against the officer, saying that there had been no inappropriate action taken against the former actress during the arrest. Only a few days later, the case against Amanda started to show some cracks. The police report of her arrest contained no mention of any drugs recovered at the scene, and even the bong that was allegedly thrown was only believed to be one by the officers who had been at the apartment. Amanda had confessed to throwing a vase, but since no physical evidence of the thrown object was discovered, there was no hard evidence against her aside from the reported strong odor of marijuana. The charges against her slowly faded.
Why
but
would that
Amanda
even matter?
did not. In a strange career detour, Vids began to express a desire to start creating hip-hop music, which was met with confusion from both her fans and detractors. In late June, rapper Waka Flocka Flame spoke to TMZ and claimed that he would be producing an album for her titled Shots, although this never came to pass. A month later, Amanda made headlines again when she was kicked out of a Ritz-Carlton in New York City after allegedly smoking weed in her room and treating the hotel staff poorly. It was later reported that she had run up a room service bill of over $2,000 over the course of her stay. But just a few days later, Amanda's odd behavior reached a point that would change the course of her life forever.
Dan, what's on fire?
It's like a small piece of cloth and a gasoline tank, which is why I'm calling 911.
On July 23rd, Amanda was hospitalized on a 72-hour psychiatric hold after starting a small fire in the driveway of an elderly woman's house. Around the same time, Amanda was seen in a nearby liquor store trying to wash gasoline out of her pet Pomeranian's fur. She left the store after being confronted by a cashier and was later found by police officers and detained. Amanda ended up not being charged for the fire, as her conduct was determined to be rooted in mental illness and not criminal intent. As a result of this incident, the former actress's parents filed a temporary conservatorship, which would give them the ability to control her personal finances and well-being.
Isn't that what Britney
Amanda's
Spears had?
hospitalization was extended for 2 more weeks as she underwent treatment.
That's like a big
while
thing
the
with
damage
her,
from
like
the
a
fire
year
she
ago, 2
caused
years
was
ago.
paid for by East Coast record producer Daniel Herman, who had been following her journey into rap music and claimed that he wanted to sign her to his label. This also never came to pass. In early August, Amanda's psychiatric hold was extended for another 30 days, after she was deemed not well enough to attend a hearing regarding her release. On the same day, the temporary conservatorship was granted to her parents. Although still hospitalized, she was briefly reunited with her dog, which reportedly helped to lift her spirits. A week later, she was transferred to the UCLA Medical Center to continue her treatment, where an even longer-term hold was approved. There was little news about Amanda for the next month.
That is
In late
such a
September,
tiny dog.
It was reported that she had been deemed mentally unfit to stand trial in her DUI case. There was talk of her psychiatric hold being extended even further, and while her mother was not seeking a permanent conservatorship, she was still in control of Amanda's medical decisions. This location proved to be better suited to Amanda's recovery needs, and she was released from the facility into her mother's care in December. She was also deemed mentally fit to stand trial at this point. In an attempt to bounce back after her stint in rehab, Vids enrolled in the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising, which would prove to be a longer-lasting career pivot than rap music had been. 2014 started off better for Amanda. In January, the charges from her bong-throwing incident were officially dismissed, and she pleaded no contest to a lesser offense in her DUI case the next month, which resulted in her being placed on 3 years probation. Her schooling was also reportedly helping her adjust back to her old self, and in April, her mom took her off her medication, claiming that her daughter's problems had all stemmed from marijuana and that Amanda had no mental illness whatsoever. In June, the charges in the bong case
If anything,
were
the
officially
marijuana
dropped,
probably
seemingly
helped.
clearing her legal slate and giving her a fresh start. But on September 29th, Amanda was once again arrested for driving under the influence. This time, the substance was determined to be Adderall. At this point, the temporary conservatorship had ended, and she had moved out of her mother and father's house. Her parents reportedly knew nothing about their daughter's whereabouts, and had learned about the arrest themselves from the
Try
media.
and not
Although
die
she
this
was
time.
released from police custody, Amanda's spiral only continued from there. On the first day of October, the public learned that she had been kicked out of FIDM, with several students relaying stories about how she would show up to class high and try to pay her classmates to do her homework. 2 days later, Amanda flew to New York City, where another series of misadventures unfolded. On October 8th, Amanda had a very strange 24 hours. years. First, she allegedly attacked a fan in a nightclub, scratching her arms and neck. Later, she was accused of shoplifting from Barney's on Madison Avenue after security guards caught her trying to walk out of the store wearing a $200 hat. The former actress defended herself by claiming that she had simply left her purse in the car and had been distracted by a fan who was trying to take pictures of her. But 2 hours before this incident, she had apparently also been caught trying to steal a shirt by employees at Pookie and Sebastian. Amanda left New York shortly after this, but remained in the public eye when she began lashing out at her parents, claiming that her father had been verbally and physically abusive to her throughout her childhood. Her siblings quickly jumped to his defense, denying Amanda's allegations and saying that they were a result of their sister not seeking proper help. Her father also denied the accusations against him, and Amanda later retracted them, blaming the quote, microchip in her brain. After this long period of instability, few were surprised when Amanda was placed back under an involuntary psychiatric hold upon arriving in LA. From there, her parents regained conservatorship, claiming that Amanda had been wasting alarming amounts of money on expensive gifts that she would hand out to complete strangers. 2 weeks later, Amanda was released from the psychiatric facility and proceeded to go on another Twitter rant where she doubled down on the accusations of assault against her father and announced her plans to fight the conservatorship in court. However, this litigation did not end the way she expected. Under the terms of Amanda's conservatorship, she was deemed to lack the mental capacity to enter into a binding contract, so the judge ruled that the lawyer she had hired could not represent her. The hearing was over before it began, and Amanda was left under her parents' control, growing increasingly unstable. Over the next month, Amanda's dire situation continued to get worse. The former actress tweeted that she had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and manic depression, and that she had been living off a $50 per day stipend from her parents, but later deleted both posts. The relationship between Amanda and her family was tense. She was no longer living with them, and was allegedly crashing with whoever would take her in. This living arrangement proved to be volatile as well, and reports emerged in mid-November that a group of Amanda's temporary roommates were seeking money to repair the damage she had caused from burning cigarette holes in the carpets and spilling hair dye around their apartment. Soon afterwards, audio recordings of Amanda leaked to the public, including a tirade against her parents where she expressed an urge to kill them.
If your father was my father, exactly, like, then you would understand why you'd want to slit his wrists, and quite frankly...
The former actress quickly released a statement that she had only been joking, and that she had been working on her family issues in therapy. Joke or not, it was clear that things had never been more strained between them. But soon, Amanda's life started to take a turn for the better. She began to express an interest in returning to school, this time at the University of Southern California's psychology department. She was also featured much less frequently in tabloid headlines and seemed to be keeping a lower profile. By the end of the year, most of the coverage she received was positive, as she had apparently reached a much more stable and lucid mental state. 2015 started on a much higher note for Amanda, when the LA city attorney decided not to prosecute her for her September 2014 DUI. Although there was a possibility that she could still face jail time, that never came to be, likely because it would have interfered with her mental health treatment. She was, however, placed on probation. Meanwhile, her treatment continued very effectively, and Amanda eventually reached the point where she could live on her own again. She also re-enrolled in FIDM, intending to finish the degree that she had abandoned in the middle of her breakdown. Over the next couple years, Amanda kept an even lower public profile. In March of 2016, she announced that she had not been invited to a planned All That reunion special, despite her prominent role in the show's history. Still, her focus had turned away from acting by this point, and she was maintaining that focus. In 2017, her probation for her DUI case ended, and she seemed to be ready to move on from that volatile point in her life. In June, she gave her first public interview in 4 years, where she finally explained the infamous Drake tweet, saying that she had not been serious about the request, but that drugs had been the main factor behind the message. The following year, Amanda took a bigger step into the public eye again, when she was featured on the cover of Paper magazine. In the accompanying profile, the former actress opened up about her history of drug abuse and explained how her sobriety had been the main factor in turning her life around. Her addiction had apparently emerged alongside severe self-image issues, which sometimes led to long periods of depression after Amanda watched the film she starred in and felt disconnected from the image of herself on the screen. She also detailed how her relationship with the media had changed in the years since her very public breakdown, as the culture of the internet had become much more accepting of mental health by this time. Amanda felt that she had been through the worst at this point in her life, and was excited for what the future might bring, especially since she planned to return to auditioning for acting roles. In March of 2019, Amanda appeared back in the tabloids when she checked herself into the Los Angeles rehab facility after suffering a relapse. Some speculated that it could have been caused by Amanda's return to Hollywood overwhelming her, or just a common misstep on the difficult road to sobriety. But this time, Amanda was able to recover without such extensive media coverage, and announced that she had graduated from her fashion program in June of the same year. Early on in 2020, Amanda revealed that she was engaged to a man named Paul Michael, who she apparently met in Alcoholics Anonymous. There were concerns that the marriage might be blocked by her conservatorship, as her parents reportedly didn't approve of the match, but there was never any formal intervention from them. 3 weeks later, Paul stated that the couple had called off their engagement, although this would not be the end of their relationship. In a strange turn of events, Amanda announced soon after the breakup that she was pregnant, uploading a picture of a seemingly official ultrasound. The post was deleted soon afterwards, and Amanda's lawyer later released a statement that the claim was false. The motivation behind this remains a mystery. By late 2021, celebrity conservatorships had been a big public talking point in the midst of the hashtag Free Britney movement, which eventually succeeded in its goal of ending Britney Spears' father's 13-year-long hold on her life. Once the pop star was free, the movement turned its attention to Bynes, who was in a very similar situation and had seemingly grown beyond the need for it. Amanda agreed and eventually filed to end her conservatorship in February 2022. She received a huge wave of support and goodwill from the internet in the lead up to the court date, which was a far cry from the reactions she used to receive online. She also found a new apartment, which she planned to move into after the conservatorship ended. Paul would also be moving in, as the two of them had recently gone back together and set their engagement back on track. On March 21st, a judge ruled to give Amanda back control over her life for the first time in 9 years. In the wake of this victory, she stated that she would be staying out of the interview circuit, despite receiving many requests from everyone from the New York Times to Logan Paul. For the foreseeable future, Amanda's only goal was to enjoy the freedom of a normal life and to spend time with her fiancé. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as smoothly as she likely hoped. The following month, Amanda posted a video to her Instagram page where she detailed an altercation between herself and Paul.
He vandalized his mom's home. He broke all of her pictures and put salmon under her bed. His behavior is alarming, and I'm afraid of what he'll do. I forgot to mention, I found Paul's stash of crack cocaine.
Amanda expressed concerns over Paul's recent erratic behavior and claimed that she had
broke
kicked
into
him
his
out of her
parents' house and
apartment,
put
although
salmon
they
under his
appeared to
parents'
have
bed.
reconciled by the next day. Soon afterwards, Amanda posted another video saying that Paul had come clean on a drug test and later clarified that he had been sober for 2 weeks before their confrontation. But her fear of his relapse had provoked a bigger argument than she had expected. Amanda and Paul's relationship continued in an on-again, off-again fashion, with reports of them breaking up and getting back together emerging on an almost monthly basis over the summer of 2022. By October, they were back together again, although seemingly no longer engaged. In January 2023, it was announced that Amanda would be appearing in another reunion of the All That cast at the annual 90s Con celebration. This was to be her first major public appearance since the end of her conservatorship. But on March 17th, news broke that she would no longer be able to attend
She doesn't
the
even
convention.
look like the same
and a few
person.
days later, the
Crazy.
explanation for her absence reached the public. On the 20th, it was reported that Amanda had been taken into psychiatric care after she had been found roaming the streets of downtown LA naked. And she was placed under another psychiatric hold after she was discovered and taken to a nearby police station. The hold was extended twice, as Amanda recovered from this episode, and she was eventually released on April 11th to begin outpatient treatment. According to TMZ, this breakdown was fueled by yet another breakup with Paul, who told the tabloid that their relationship seemed to have reached a final end. It's unclear what the future holds for Amanda Bynes. The road to recovery from addiction is never an easy one, and it's made all the more difficult when every slip is published so widely across the internet. And this is all the more tragic considering the talent she displayed in adolescence.
Well, that's all the advice I have for you today. Bye-bye, everybody.
Like so many child stars before her, Amanda finds herself in a
Yeah.
spiral of tabloid sensationalism.
It's crazy.
And unless she makes some permanent changes in her life, that won't change anytime soon.
Yeah, easier said than done. All right. What else do I have under my watch later? Oh, I guess we can watch Augusta Duck's take on that 8-year-old.
So he'll put the 30-second timer. You have 30 seconds.
This
Grab
is terrible.
anything, put it in this cart. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
You know, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys.
Guys, if there's one
Not
thing
great.
that I've learned in
Not
my
great.
time on the internet, it's that there is a percentage of people out there who will do absolutely anything as long
Maybe
as they
you
think
don't
it's going to
be
result
any
in them
kind of
getting
bad
some
person.
kind of internet fame. And I mean anything. Now, as we've all come to learn, there is no kind of content on this website that is a greater source of depravity than YouTube pranks. We've seen some pretty wild stuff on this channel. I'm not sure if anything will ever top Mizzy. You know, the guy who did bangers like breaking into people's homes and mugging them as a prank. That one's a classic for sure. But just because we've seen the top of the mountain does not mean there's not other horrible, immoral pranks out there for us to enjoy. And the one we're going to be talking about today, I'm sure many of you are already familiar with. Allow me to unfortunately introduce you to the YouTuber named Calvelli, who, like I said, I'm sure many of you might recognize from recently doing a blindfolded giveaway prank, who supposedly pretended to be a MrBeast crew member, walked into a Target, found a little boy and his father, and said, hey, if you put on this blindfold, you can put anything you want into your cart, and we're gonna buy it all for you. Now, based off the tone of this video, I'm sure you can imagine that's not what happened, and if you haven't already, well, you're about to see what did. Like always with these YouTube prank videos, prepare yourself to get pretty angry. It's never fun watching a man-child who does not know how to behave in society go around ruining other people's day because he thinks it's funny, but it seems like YouTube really attracts that type, so guess we'll just have to deal with it, right? Let's begin. Please subscribe.
You guys want to be in a quick video?
subscribe.
Whatever you can fit into in this aisle right here, whatever you can fit
Yeah.
into the cart, we'll pay for.
You ever heard of Mr. Beast?
I don't know, you might have. We're kind of like MrBeast, not really though.
Okay.
Anything you? Yeah, anything.
No.
So you're not
Oh.
watching.
Yes.
Watch
Wait, hold on. Dude, I feel so bad. The kid is so happy.
I really have a hard time believing that this is a genuine comment because any amount of critical thinking skills that this guy might possess, which I'm aware might not be that much, would tell you that if you were to walk up to any child and say, hey, you can have any toy you want in this entire store, they're gonna get excited. So I have a hard time believing that you wouldn't have expected a child to get excited when doing this, and now all of a sudden you're starting to feel bad. However, at the same time, I would not imagine the critical thinking skills of a person who makes a video like this to be very good, so might make sense.
Dude, I
actually
can't,
haven't
bro.
seen this video.
I
of
couldn't,
this.
bro. So he'll put the 30-second timer. You have 30 seconds. Grab anything, put it in this cart. Okay. Are you ready, Freddy? Yeah. Just hold on. Let's get that timer ready. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'd beat the shit out of that guy. I mean, he would probably kick my ass, but I'd
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
anyway.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
I mean, look, like, obviously people doing stuff like this is nothing new. I've always said the word prank has had no meaning for, like, the last 10 years.
Yeah, this
but
isn't
I just
a
don't
prank, it's
understand,
just
like, how
being
as a
mean.
person you ever think of an idea like this and are like, yeah, that's a solid idea. I'm gonna go harass children and their parents and ruin their day. I mean, like
a prank is... A prank is a prank whenever, like, you do it to somebody and then, like, the other person laughs as well and they know, they're like, oh, you got me, you know, like, you fucking, I don't know. Like, if my sister kicked a chair out from under me when I was sitting down, I'd fucking laugh my ass off. I'd be angry, not gonna lie, but it'd be like, god damn it. You know, not, hey, like, here's these people probably don't have. I'm not saying that they don't have the means, but I mean, just like, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, you know, you can go to Target and get whatever you want, right? Like, this is a big thing for that kid. And this fucking asshole, oh my god, this pisses me off.
Like,
Sorry.
what sane and normal individual thinks that's a good enough idea to put it in a video and is proud enough that they associate their face with it? Like, there's actually something wrong here.
Uh-huh.
It's just mean. It's
10
just
seconds. You got 20 more seconds.
mean. In no way is it funny. And if anyone did find this funny,
go back.
So yeah, that's the entirety of the prank. That is their golden
I
ticket
wouldn't
to
want to
fame.
be
They
around a
just
person
run
that found
away.
this
They're not
funny.
even brave enough to sit there and say something like, actually, we changed our mind. Sorry, you can't have it. They just run away like little children. And that's it. That's
They
the
run away
entire
like little
prank. They do some
bitches.
more stuff during this video, but we're mainly going to be focusing on how they responded to it and how the news covered it. This is what passes for a prank now, people. This is what
It's
people
not a
are willing to
prank.
do to get
It's
14,000
being
followers on TikTok. They will happily ruin
TikTok
their
is like the
public
worst
perception
goddamn
and
thing
put
to happen to
things on the
humanity.
internet that will paint them in a negative light forever, just at a chance to get famous on social media. I think we're doing.
There's a jumping off a boat challenge where people have died. This is like recently. This is within the past like week or so, where people are doing this TikTok challenge with boats going incredibly fast, like just regular, you know, boats, not like cruise ships or anything. It's regular like boats on lakes. And they're like jumping off of it. You know what they're doing? Whenever you jump off a boat going really fucking fast, it's like hitting concrete, and those people have been snapping their necks and dying. Yes, they are. The dad probably would have beat the shit out of him. Yeah. And you remember that fucking milk crate challenge? Where those people, like, there were tons of people that were falling on that and like snapping their spines and every other goddamn body part. You've never seen the milk crate challenge shit? Oh, we'll watch that after this.
People.
That was like 2 or 3 years ago. And the doctor was like, hey, don't stack milk crates up and try and run up them because they're going to fall and you're going to fucking kill yourself. It's like people eating Tide Pods. Yeah, I like to avoid stupid shit, but I also like to know what's out there. So it's like one of those out of sight, out of mind things. I'm like, I don't subscribe to that. I want to know all the fucking awful shit that's out there because I need to know about it in a weird way. Like, I'll watch super fucked up videos like of, I don't know, like people like, oh my god, why would you want to watch somebody get their head cut off? I don't want to watch that. I feel like it's my duty to watch that, to know what kind of fucking evil motherfuckers are out there. And I think everyone should be made to watch stupid shit like that. Because if you don't, it's like pretending it's not there. And I think that's super fucked up. But that's just like my own take on it. Because I know it's incredibly traumatizing to people. But it's one of those things where you can't just like ignore it. I know that's nothing like this, right? That's like super fucked up shit. But like, had I the ability to, like, whenever I teach electronics and stuff, I would probably want to show, and I can't, I've taught it, and I can't do it, and I understand why, but if it were my, like, world, I would want to show people, like, getting shocked and electrocuted and dying. Not because of, like, it's funny, it's like, this shit can happen. Don't fuck around with electricity, you know? 70-hour weeks, no. No, yeah, that's completely good too. I'm totally about that lifestyle. I'm just saying, like, I like. It sounds like I'm a goddamn sociopath, but I'm not. I don't like to watch fucked up videos. I just feel that I need to because I need to know what kind of fucked up shit is actually out there, if that makes sense, in some kind of weird way.
And his dad, TJ, until 3 men walked up and said they were working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
We're kind of like Mr. Beast, not really though.
I'm glad you got that one in,
Not
Calvelli,
really,
because
man.
that's the only thing you'll actually have a defense about this entire video. Okay, so you didn't say you were actually affiliated with Mr. Beast. There you go. That's your one positive for this video. Round of applause, everybody. Also, I don't know what it is about people who make this kind of content and using the absolute...
But he name dropped Mr. Beast. He knew exactly what he was doing. Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber ever. You go up to a guy with a camera, like, oh yeah, you know, we're doing a, you know, we're like Mr. Beast or whatever. And at that point, this kid, 8 years old, obviously he knows who Mr. Beast is. And if the dad is like involved in any of his kids' life, the dad knows who he is. So beyond that, you're like, oh shit, okay, well, these people are good people. They're doing some good shit. Like, he used Mr. Beast as like a, what do they call it? Like not a diving board, but like a jumping off point, you know? Like, they're like, oh, Mr. Beast. Now we have like a baseline of like, oh, what are we about? Stuff like that, you know? This guy knew exactly what the fuck he was doing.
Worst sound effects ever made. This like
Exactly.
SpongeBob breaking news sound effect was added in by this guy, and oh my god, my ears are bleeding.
It broke my heart because I thought my dreams were coming true.
The shopping
Of
cart
course he
challenge
did. He's 8
was
years
just
old.
a mean prank. The men were not affiliated with Mr. Beast, and it was one comment in particular that upset TJ.
My son leaned in and said that he couldn't hear them because he had to wear hearing aids. And they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge, because of the hearing loss.
Huh? Do you guys want to be in a quick video?
You know, normally I would err on the side of my fellow YouTuber, but in this case, Calvelli, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you probably would have no problem saying this to a child, considering that, you know, you have no problem pulling this prank on a child, and then just cutting it out of your video to make yourself look better. I don't know what incentive a random father would have to lie about this. I 100% believe this guy when he says you said this. You have the power to control what people saw of this interaction. You're not a trustworthy source.
The Southington Town Commission for Persons with Disabilities gave TJ a $200 gift card, and Target matched it. On Sunday,
Yeah, the kid did
the shopping
like
spree
actually come
came
out
true.
pretty
I pick up
well,
Nerf gun,
I guess.
water balloon, and
What
and
is that
water gun.
noise?
So the only positive to come out of this entire situation is this kid did end up getting a shopping spree, which is a really cool thing of the city to do, but that's really where the positives end, because we're about to have to hear this guy explain how he's not in the wrong, how everyone's making him out to be, and how it's all a giant exaggeration, things are being taken out of context, blah blah blah, you know, the normal prankster spill. So yeah, you've got that to look forward to.
It's not a
Before we
prank.
continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or
That is not a beard. That is a patch of pubic hair on the tip of your chin. That is not a motherfucking beard in any realm of the word of beard. I have a beard. I have a beard. That is some fucking wispy pubic hair. That's like... I don't even know what you would call that. There's not even a word for it. It looks fucking stupid.
rip my ears off or something.
Dude, you're like a ukulele away from being one of the worst apology videos I have ever seen, and we're not even like 10 seconds in. Clear the air on what?
That's pretty
Like,
funny.
there's nothing to clear.
The
We know what
Ballinger
you
thing,
did. We
Colleen
watched
Ballinger.
it. You just showed it to us. Like, there's nothing really to be told here. I think the people mad at you, also known as normal people, are not going to be any more satisfied when you just explain the prank again. There's nothing to explain here.
I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that. Alright? And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because what happened. I never went up to him saying his son's only in because his son is deaf and has a hearing loss. I never said that. and I never said I worked with Mr. Beast.
I would think that everybody watching this video would not even be able to imagine the social disconnect required to think that people are only mad at you because this kid has a hearing aid and you said you worked with Mr. Beast. You could pull this prank on any child in the world and say that you are affiliated or not affiliated with anybody, and people would still be angry. People are angry at you not because this kid has a hearing aid or because you said you're with Mr. Beast. They're mad at you because you walked up to a random 8-year-old minding his own business and said, I'm going to buy you all the toys you want, made him put on a blindfold, and then embarrassed him in front of the entire world. I'm all for freedom of speech, but stuff like this makes me think there should be like a government-mandated IQ test you have to pass before you can upload anything to the internet. If there was, we would not get stuff like this.
I did put 2 callbacks in the video.
I understand
like,
what he's saying. I don't know if I agree with it.
As I'm editing the video, my friend calls me and like, bro, you're on the news. So I go and check and I see that, and I was like, I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied.
Why were you mad? What the fuck? Why was he mad?
Because,
what?
You know, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. All right.
This is like maybe a half step, maybe even a quarter step above going into court and telling the judge, Your Honor, I said I didn't do it, so I'm innocent. This is the worst defense for anything I've ever heard in my entire life. They're trying to make us look like super bad guys, but we're really just bad guys. Did I really just hear a human being say that in an effort to defend themselves? It's like this is an SNL skit or something.
Yeah, but I'm very sorry. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the video.
Well, yeah, that apology really seems genuine. I forgive you. So the rest of the video is him just doing
some
more
more water
epic, super awesome pranks, like walking up to strangers and whispering or sniffing in their ear, doing the exact same thing that he just got in trouble for doing to this child to other people, and then really funny, cool stuff like following his friend around asking, why were you talking to an underage child? You know, just hilarious stuff like that. I will never understand why YouTube allows and even kind of incentivizes this kind of content when they take down so many other things. I mean, they try so hard to make it seem like this is a safe and caring platform for children, and then they encourage behavior like this. You gotta choose one, YouTube. Well, guys, what do you think? Where should this awesome YouTube prank rank on the YouTube prank wall of shame? I think it's below Mizzy, but a lot higher than a lot of the other things we've seen. I mean, it takes a special kind of horrible person to target children with your pranks, especially when there's no resolution. It's just, hey, we're gonna make fun of you, then embarrass you for the internet. Like, there's no punchline. This is just bullying. I genuinely feel bad for the people who find this kind of stuff funny. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe
100%.
button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But
People
for
are
now,
dumb. People are so fucking stupid. Hold on. Let's see what film theory has the deadliest magic school bus field trip. I'm assuming it's gonna be in space, but maybe not.
All right, children, who's ready to go on a field trip
Come on,
to
Matt
see
Pat.
the stars?
You mean somewhere like a planetarium or a museum? Please let this be a normal field trip.
As if. You know that's not how the Frizz rolls.
I used to watch the Magic School
We're
Bus.
going to blast off towards the heavens for science.
Miss Frizzle?
Blasting off in 3,
Miss Frizzle?
2,
Come on,
we're
Matt
missing
Pat.
Matt!
1, blast off!
His intros are far too long. But it's one of the biggest YouTubers, so I get it.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, where it's time for a pop quiz. Question 1, do you recognize this voice? It's me, head editor Dan Hine.
Yeah,
Hello.
that's not
Matt lost
Matt.
his voice at VidCon, so you got me. Question 2, are you subscribed? Are you? Are you sure? You should probably go double check. Good. A+ for you, loyal theorist. Now, it probably wouldn't come as any surprise to you that I liked me some science class in grade school. Why else would I edit for these channels? Fun fact, in the 3rd grade, I was so into science that they let me go to Challenge, which is where we just basically made slime for an hour. Now, if only I had the foresight to make
I
a
never
YouTube
made
channel.
slime.
Imagine the amount of money.
That's like a big
But
thing.
anyway,
isn't
you
it?
knew a day in science class
I
was
don't know.
going to be
I'm
extra
37.
special when the teacher wheeled in that ginormous CRT TV and popped in a VHS tape packed with some classic good old edutainment. Yes, thank you. I'm totally aware that I just aged myself by mentioning VHS. I'm an internet
Oh,
boomer and
that's
I'm
weird.
dealing with it. But something nerds of the 90s, aughts, and 2010s.
Alright, can't do it. Sorry, the guy's voice annoys me, and that's coming from somebody where my own voice annoys me. So, what else do I have? Oh, Wendigoon. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Today we are going to be
Wendigoon always
talking
has
about
good
one of
shit.
the most terrifying cases that I've ever read about, and that is the disappearance of the Yuba County
Love
5.
Wendigoon.
If you're familiar with unsolved cases or cold cases online, then you've probably heard this story before. People like The Missing Enigma, Explore With Us, and my boy Nexpo have already made videos covering this case. However, in research for this video, I found that the rabbit hole just gets deeper. So if you're interested in analytical breakdowns and insightful commentary with useful graphics, then I recommend that you go check out those guys. And if you're more interested in the drunk uncle vibe that I bring to the table, then stick around.
Yes.
In research for this video,
the drunk
my
uncle
opinion
vibe.
on what might have happened changed at least 3 times. Because as you dig into this case, knowns just start to become unknowns.
He's so right, though.
And by the end of it, everything becomes horrific.
I love Wendigoon because he's like the only person who's like a very Christian person, but he talks about some fucked up shit, and like I really even do respect him for what he does, like even as a Christian or whatever. Like he's one of the very few people
legitimately lost
that I
sleep
enjoy
thinking
watching
over
that's
some of the
like
potential
that.
scenarios of the case we're going to be talking about today. And if I had to suffer through it, then you have to suffer too. We're also going to look at several of the individuals as well as the timeline and overview of the logistics of the case itself. Now there's one commonly accepted theory for what happened to the boys, and I'm not going to go with that theory. As a matter of fact, I have my own theory that involves some people who are still alive as well as some other people who have still living relatives. So to just underline the whole video,
And I like that. Hold on one second. Let me slam back a handful of these sleeping pills. Ah, normal. Anyway, I like it when other people have different theories about shit. And you're just not like regurgitating the same stuff.
Get it out of the way, everything I'm about to say is satire, irony, pre and post irony, in Minecraft, as a joke, and most importantly, not real. So stick around as we talk about the shocking disappearance of the Yuba County 5. But before we get into all of that misery and woe that will just make your life worse, let's talk about something that will make your life better. And that product that can make your day better as opposed to what my videos normally do, which is make your day much, much worse, is today's sponsor, Magic Spoon.
And I have to
only
listen
part
to
of a
the
healthier
sponsor.
lifestyle,
I think
but
it's only
also
fair
delicious as well.
if I
That's because
do
Magic
like a
Spoon is the
reaction.
low-carb, keto-friendly breakfast that's gluten-free,
I really don't
grain-free,
like
and
skipping through
soy-free
the
as well.
sponsors.
On top
Makes
of
me
that, it
feel
has 0 grams of sugar,
30,
12 to 14
for lack
grams
of a better word.
protein, only 4 net gram of carbs, and 140 calories per serving. But of course, the real magic of Magic Spoon is the fact that despite all of those healthy benefits, it tastes amazing as well. See, I've been hoarding Magic Spoon. As a matter of fact, I ran out of places to put it.
I
put it
hear
in my
Magic
house, my
Spoon
friends'
is actually
houses,
not
and anywhere
awful.
else I can find that doesn't have a lock.
But
As a
I
matter
don't
of fact,
know.
it's become a detriment to most of my relationships, as those around me have told me that I have a problem and need
pretty
help.
funny, actually.
They're trying to destroy what supply of Magic Spoon I have. But how can I let them? Magic Spoon's been the only thing
At
to
least
bring
it's
me
not
happiness, and
fucking
as of
Raid
recently-
Shadow Legends. Has anyone ever even played Raid Shadow Legends?
Did you just throw that away? What I'm trying to say is, Magic Spoon is the only breakfast cereal that allows you to capture the
God, I
magic
hate
of
this part.
childhood without worrying about your own mortality.
Oh,
And
fuck,
right
the
now,
new Mario
you can
Kart
quit worrying
tracks
about
came
your
out
own
today.
mortality and
Oh,
get in
fuck,
on
I'm gonna
this
play that after
fantastic
this.
breakfast option with the special offer we're bringing you today. That is because if you go to
Oh,
the
I
link
got
in
it.
the
Holy
description
shit. Okay.
or magicspoon.com/Wendigoon, you will be able to get your Magic Spoon order.
I forgot
for
about the new
$5
Mario
off.
shit.
Yes, that is right.
Holy fuck.
$5 off. Again, all you have to do is go to the link in the description or magicspoon.com/Wendigoon to get in on this fantastic offer today. Magic Spoon is the breakfast option that you don't want to miss out on. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Magic Spoon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them
I'm
out.
so glad
Link
the
is in the
internet
description.
is better. Like,
And we are
you
back
can't
for the
even
video.
imagine.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always,
I'm gonna be
thank
streaming
you for
so
watching.
much more
So
now.
the Yuba County 5, or the Boys as they were known locally, were a
Like,
group
so
of
much
5
more.
boys who lived in Yuba County, California. I'll give a brief rundown of each of the boys now, so you know who we're talking about getting into the story, and as details become more relevant, we'll go back and fill in the gaps. So who were these 5 boys who would become the subject of one of the most disturbing cases in true crime history? So who were these 5 boys, and how did they even know each other in the first place? Well, for one, they weren't really boys as descriptions of them may imply. They were aged 24 to 32 years old. They were just locally known as the boys, and their friends and family would often call them that.
Right,
These 5 men were a part of something known as the Gateway Projects. Gateway Projects was a program within Yuba County that helped people who had mental disabilities or mental issues. And each of the boys had some issue of mental handicap or mental illness.
What the
Now, this
fuck?
fact is something that was
I
heavily
think my clapping
overstated in the
scared
media,
Orion.
especially around the time
He just
the
like bolted out of the
happened.
window.
So I want to clarify exactly who the boys
Orion!
were and the details of their disabilities. I also want to state that I am not a doctor, a psychiatrist, or any kind of mental health professional. My opinion solely comes from articles and reviews of people who either knew the boys or did firsthand research. So take all of this with a grain of salt. Let's start out with the youngest of the group, Jack Hewitt, who at the time of the disappearance was 24 years old. Hewitt was also the most mentally disadvantaged out of the 5 boys, as he was the only one in the group who was completely illiterate. On top of that, Hewitt had...
Have you ever thought what it would be like to be illiterate in today's age? Because I knew somebody like that in college. Obviously, they weren't going to college. It's not a dig, but it's... I knew of a person like that. My mind can't even grasp how different, like, you would have to, like, the most basic shit you couldn't do, like ordering off of a menu or anything, reading a road sign, reading anything.
Had a speech impediment and couldn't
it's
maintain a
wild.
normal job. However,
It
this
is
isn't
so
to say
fucking
that he
wild.
was entirely inept either. Hewitt worked on his father's farm and frequently drove his dirt bike around the property. While he certainly had trouble in school, and his own mother estimated that his IQ was probably around 40,
I mean, you're not
everyone
wrong.
who knew Jack said that he was a kind, quiet man who was easy to get along with. Jack Hewitt's best friend was Ted Weir. Ted was the oldest in the group
It's
at the
just-
time of the disappearance at 32 years
I was
old.
going
who knew
like
Ted
in a
said that he was
drive-through
a
at
very
one
friendly
point, and I was
person
like, oh my
who,
god.
much like Jack, was easy
Yeah.
to get along with. While Ted was diagnosed with a mental
I mean,
handicap, unlike Jack,
Not really, though. Like, not really. You're saying Stone Age. Like, I understand it, but really, you're a regular person in the Middle Ages. You know, before the printing press, nobody really could. Maybe a little bit. But, you know, you're going to church, and that's how church got all their power. Is you have people telling them what to think, you know, and then the Bible and all of that, you know, after Gutenberg invented the printing press, that all became like super prolific. But oh my god, this is awful. Well, I don't think I've ever missed that shine spark. But yeah, it's
Ted
just,
was able to hold
it's
down a
weird
job.
to think
Ted
about.
worked for a while at a local grocery store as a bag boy. The most
Yeah,
notable
exactly.
characteristic
100%.
about Ted's condition was that he just seemed to lack common sense. For example, Ted never got his driver's license, but at points that he would be riding around in a vehicle with friends or his family, he can never understand why you had to stop at stop signs. His finances were managed by his family.
That is so
and
wild.
one day, for seemingly no reason, he spent $100 on pencils. And no,
Well,
not any kind of
you know-
specialty pencil, just pencils. One night, the Wire household caught on fire, and Ted's parents...
But then there's blind people too. Which is like a whole, I guess that's just like a whole different thing. I know you can read Braille and everything. So, I don't know. I guess there's certain like expectations if you are blind. They're like, oh, they're blind. They can't, you know, see anything. So, like, okay, well, I get it. You know, I guess they would get a pass, as it were. Oh, fuck this. Oh my god. I didn't get that. Anyway. You're back.
Parents
Okay.
ran into his bedroom to wake
You
him
missed
up
the
and get him out of
8-year-old
house.
thing. I don't know if you
Ted,
heard it,
who
but
awoke
fuck
to the
those
sight
people.
of his ceiling on fire, tried to roll over and go back to sleep, stating that if he got up now, he may be too sleepy
look at this
to go to
climb.
work tomorrow.
Man,
And
that was a
Ted
clean
gets
climb.
clowned on a lot for that statement.
God damn
and
it.
I think they're a little too harsh on my
What?
guy, because I have said some very dumb things waking up out of a nap too. Yeah, sure, if the ceiling was on fire, I probably wouldn't.
Have you ever
try to
woken
go back
up
to
and
sleep, I hope, but I'm
you're
not
like
gonna
in
be
the
in best
middle
frame
of
mind.
a
I may be
conversation
little sleepy
and
too. I might say
you
something
sound like a
kinda silly.
goddamn
Ted
idiot.
was also afraid of a lot of things like the dark and the woods and fire, which
The
came
dark
after
is a
the
good thing
house
to be,
fire. But
you know,
the one
afraid
thing
of.
that he was very protective of Jack Hewitt. Anywhere that Jack went, Ted would follow, and Ted would stand up for Jack at any given moment.
Yeah.
These two were also the only two in the group who were formerly diagnosed with some kind of learning disability. Again, a lot of news reports you'll read at the time will say all 5 were diagnosed with a handicap, but that's not true, only these 2. Jack
You ever, I'm sure you have, I've talked about it before, but like whenever you're falling asleep and like you're not asleep, but you're in that weird like transitionary stage, but then like you wake up and jump up in the bed and you feel like the dumbest goddamn person on the planet. Nobody's even around, you know, but you're like looking around like, did anyone see that? That's such a weird feeling.
Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling were just diagnosed as being a little slow. Jack Madruga, who was 30 years old at the time of the disappearance, was one of the 2 boys in the group to have their driver's license.
1 hour.
And the only
Ooh,
one
that
of
was
the 5
really slow.
to own their own car. A 1969 Mercury Montego that we will talk about in a minute. While Jack Madruga was slow in school,
I
he
get
seemed
angry.
to do fine
Yeah,
after he got out
okay.
of school and got a job. He joined the Army and spent several years driving a truck for the military. After he got out of the military, he was able to land long-term steady work in Yuba County.
Hey,
As a
me
matter
too.
of fact, he was so stable that his
So I'm
mother
up
said
at
that
2:14
Jack
in the
would help
morning,
her pay
and I woke
rent.
up at like
And
11
again,
o'clock
not
tonight.
a mental health expert by any means, but from everything I've read, it seems that Jack Madruga
Me
just
too.
had a sort of
That's
social
why I just took a
disorder,
handful
if
of sleeping
anything. But,
pills
you know,
that
being
is
diagnosed
gonna
in
do
the
nothing
60s,
for me.
They just lumped everyone under the brand
Mhm.
of mental disability. And as mentioned,
Yeah, it's like I'll go and lay down and just, I don't know, everything of the goddamn universe is gonna go over in my mind, and like I have to analyze it or whatever, and then I'm thinking of like, oh, what's the integral of cosine squared plus sine squared? And I'll be doing that in my mind, and then I'll be like, okay, this and that. I can't do it. People are like, don't look at your phone. I don't have my phone. It's me staring blankly in the dark, doing goddamn math problems and shit in my head, you know, or thinking about the universe or quantum physics or whatever the fuck, you know. Or like, oh, what kind of music can I write, or what kind of novel can I write, or whatever, you know. It's like 100 million different things. It just doesn't happen.
Jack was never formally diagnosed. He just had a shy personality, didn't do that well in school, but was able to hold down a job and
It's like,
be
oh,
mostly
I could be here
independent.
doing
His prized
this, or I
possession
could
was the 69 Montego
get
that
my
I mentioned earlier.
saxophone and practice
Jack loved this
scales,
car and
or
took
get my
care of it.
guitar and
As a matter
practice
of fact,
scales,
He did a lot of the vehicle's maintenance
or
himself.
learn more
And
music
Jack's
theory,
best friend was Bill Sterling.
or
Bill was 29 years
I
old.
don't know,
Him and Madruga knew each
start
other from a
learning
young
more
age.
coding
Bill Sterling
programs
was
and shit.
described as being a very energetic social butterfly. He wanted to meet and talk to everyone and was far removed from Madruga's shyness. It seems that for this reason, the two were such close friends. People describe their dynamic as Madruga being very quiet and kind, while Sterling was very outgoing and loud. One of the coaches at the Gateway Projects even said that Bill Sterling was an intelligent guy, he was just really lazy. And if you remember, Bill was never diagnosed with a mental handicap.
Here's the money
Many
shot.
around him believed that he would do a lot better in life
Thanos.
and in school if he would just apply himself more. Either way, Bill Sterling graduated high school. He was also deeply religious. He was a devout Christian and was very interested in the Bible and his church community. On the weekends, it was not uncommon for Bill to go to the local hospitals and read the Bible to the sick and
25%.
elderly. I want you to keep that in mind whenever you look at cases and headlines about this story, talking about how these boys were all
Ooh,
so
we're gonna have
dumb
to-
that they probably just wandered off into the night with no reason.
We're gonna have to
These were all
check out
guys
these
who
new
could get
Mario
around
Kart
and
tracks
had
while we're
hobbies and
listening to
activities
that.
of their own.
Oh, and
Perhaps
Orion
not
knocked
with
my
like
trash
Jack
over
Hewitt
drink.
or Ted, but at least as a group, they got along just
Love
fine.
everything
And
about
finally, we have our last
Actually, it was
member
empty,
of the
so.
group who joined the boys about a year before the disappearance, a man by the name of Gary Mathias. Gary Mathias was 25 years old. And unlike the other boys, he was never qualified as...
Have you ever noticed that people, like in old pictures, they're like, oh, this, like that guy, for instance. That guy looks so much older than how I think I look, and I'm 37, and that guy's 25. I don't know if anyone's, like, ever wondered that. I think I watched... like, the different times that you look back, like, maybe in the early 1900s. I don't know if it's your brain just, like, telling you those people would be really old now, or looking at them, or it's the fashion, or it's some kind of, like, combination of all of it, but they just look so much more, like, advanced in their life. Like, oh shit, that guy has probably seen some stuff. You know? I don't know if that's just me. Probably. Anyway, sorry, that just popped into my head.
As slow or having a mental disability. Instead, he had been diagnosed with a mental illness. Gary Mathias was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Like Jack Madruga, Gary also spent some time in the military, although his time in the military was wrought with violence and drug use. Even after getting out of the military, Gary would have several run-ins in the law due to a violent criminal history and several instances of acting out in public. After he joined the Gateway Projects and got medication to treat his schizophrenia, he did very well and became a model citizen of the program. Gary Mathias
isn't schizophrenia not like a term used anymore? Isn't it multiple personality disorder or something? I think.
Is an entire can of worms that his backstory closely relates to a lot of the events surrounding this case. So we'll talk about him more later on when it'll mean more to you, but all that you need to know for now is that despite being a late inductee to the group, everyone who knew the group said that Gary really loved these boys. Gary was very protective over them, he would sort of chauffeur them on trips, and many identified Gary as the group's leader, being that Gary was the most intellectually advantaged out of the 5 men. These 5 would do everything together, from going bowling on the weekends to staying at each other's house. And most importantly for this video, the 5 of them were on the Gateway Project's basketball team, the Gateway Gators. Several of the testimonies about the boys' behavior comes from their basketball coach at the Gateway Projects. The coach would say things like, Gary was smart, but every now and then he'd seem kind of spacey, perhaps from his medication. Or the account I mentioned earlier, that Sterling was smart, but lazy. People around the town said that these 5 would do everything together. And seeing where this story's going, that turned out to be
trying to get
better
to sleep.
or worse. So now that you're familiar with who we're talking about, let's talk about the series of events that led to their disappearance. As mentioned earlier, all 5
You
boys
shouldn't be
were
able to
part of
hear
the
that
Gateway
game
Projects and were
capture.
a part of the program's basketball team, the Gateway Gators. On February the 25th of 1978, the Gateway Gators were to compete in a tournament that was being hosted by the Special Olympics. The winner of this tournament would receive an all-expenses-paid trip to Los Angeles for an entire weekend. All of the boys were very excited for this tournament and had been looking forward to it for weeks in advance. So in order to get in the competitive spirit, the 5 decided to attend a UC Davis basketball game the night before their own tournament was set to begin. So on February the 24th, the 5 drove to the UC Davis basketball game at California State University at Chico. This was about a 50-mile drive north of Yuba City, and the game wasn't expected to end till about 10 o'clock. So in order to get ready for tomorrow's game, several of them laid out their basketball uniforms in their bedroom and told their parents as soon as they got home, they'd go straight to bed so that they'd be well rested for the game tomorrow. Jack Madruga, the only one of the 5 to own his own vehicle, a 1969 Mercury Montego, came and picked up all of his friends for the short road trip. Some of the parents, such as Bill Sterling's parents, would say that it was cold that night and they urged their son to put on a jacket. However, their son assured them that they would be back home soon and their only planned stop was the basketball gym and then back at the house. What the families did not know is that when these 5 left for the UC Davis game that night, it was the last time any of them would see the boys alive ever again. According to several witnesses, the 5 made it to the basketball game that night, cheered on the team, and then left as soon as the game was over. Shortly
I feel like I've heard this story, but I don't know,
Bears
maybe not.
Market to get snacks for the drive home. According to an attendant at Bears Market, the boys came in just before 10 o'clock and bought things like Coke, milk, and candy. Now there are potential
good question. What's your favorite candy?
That would happen.
If you have one. I'm not a big candy guy. I do like me some Reese's Nut Rages. That shit is good.
In the next few hours. However, for now, I want to stick to things that are concrete. And the only thing we can know for sure is that after those boys left Bears Market, they never came home. In the early hours of the morning on February the 25th, the parents of the boys began to call each other to see if maybe the boys decided to stay the night at one of their houses. After the boys were nowhere to be found, of course, the parents began to panic, and at 8 o'clock the next day, Jack Madruga's mother called the police. Given the boys' unlikeliness to go anywhere but home,
I'm
as well
weirdly
as their
like not a big
routine,
chocolate guy.
and of course their various disabilities, this became an immediate
I like it.
concern. So, police officers
Well, but
from
I'm not
both
like
Butte
some people are
County and
really,
Yuba County
really chocolate
put out
people.
a notice on Madruga's 69 Montego, and for a few days, there was no sign of the boys anywhere. This was strange. Not only did the boys miss out on the basketball game that they were seemingly very excited for and had made preparations of even the night before was to happen, but now they hadn't come home at all. And while the authorities assured the families that perhaps they're just out on a joyride or just having fun, the parents felt something was off. And sadly, their suspicions would be confirmed when the car was found on February the 28th. On February the 28th, a Plumas National Forest Ranger would call the Yuba County Police and say that he had found the vehicle on Orville Quincy Road. As a matter of fact, that forest ranger had seen the vehicle on that road on February the 25th. However,
you know, it's so weird that people can go missing and nobody will know about them. My sister just got never buy it what candy. Every now and then I'll be like, hey, you know what? I want some Skittles or something. I don't know. I love peanut butter though. My sister just got into pistachios. I'd never tasted them. I tasted pistachio ice cream, which I liked, but I'd never just had the nuts by themselves. They were okay. Not a big nut guy. I'm not a big nut guy. I do love cashews and peanuts. Cashews are fucking amazing. They're expensive as fuck, though. Cashews are so expensive. But, like, almonds, I'm not a... whatever. Hazelnut. People get that hazelnut spread, the Nutella. I fucking hate that shit. I hate that. I don't know why people go apeshit over Nutella. I just don't know. But pistachios, they're okay. I just wouldn't buy them myself. Hate spreads. You don't like peanut butter even? Peanut butter's my jam. I don't want any energy. Oh, okay. That's fair. I'm American. We add sugar to everything. I think Subway, their bread, like Subway makes bread. I'm pretty sure Ireland classifies that as cake because of how much sugar's in the bread, which is wild to me. Oh shit, you ate breakfast? I think I've probably eaten breakfast. Well, define breakfast first. Because of my sleep schedule. Like, breakfast for me is like right when you get up. That's when I would eat breakfast. I've never done that. I'll eat in the morning. First 4 hours of waking up. Okay, it's similar to me. Like, I'll eat in the morning, but like if I actually have to wake up in the morning, you know, let's say a normal person like wakes up at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, whatever. They go and eat breakfast. I've never done that. I could probably count on both of my hands the amounts of time I've eaten breakfast. And I do love eggs. Absolutely. Yeah, I do too. Normally, like, when I was living by myself, you know, and I was drinking tons of vodka, quite literally, I didn't eat, like, ever.
Is notoriously icy, and it's not uncommon for people to either leave their vehicles there and have someone come pick them up, or simply park on the side of the road and go sightseeing or snow skiing, being that it is a national forest. It wasn't until a few days later, when that ranger saw that the police were looking for the vehicle, that he called it in. And this leads us to the first huge mystery of this entire case. So this is where Chico...
I was saying, though, where are they in here? I forgot where you said they were. Wisconsin or something? Yuba County? But anyway, I was saying, like, I love eggs. I don't even remember. Breakfast. I just don't eat breakfast. I like breakfast food. Except for pancakes. I'm not a big fan of pancakes. Waffles, always. If I'm going to have something like that. Then bacon or sausage. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm Czech. Like, I'm very, very heavily Czech. So I eat a bunch of fucking sausage and shit. Give me all the sausage. Wrap that shit up in an intestine. Not that plastic casing shit. Or whatever. It's not plastic. It's something else. But give me the fucking full goddamn sausage. Now, sometimes a lot of Czech people will eat, like, cow brains and stuff. I don't know about that. Don't know about that one. But, I mean, if you want to mash that shit up into a sausage, I'm sure it's fine. People like, oh, you know, you don't want to see how the sausage is made. Motherfucker, one of my great-grandfathers, or I guess he would have been like a great-uncle, lived on a farm here in Texas. They made fucking sausage all the time. I don't give a shit. Tastes good, I'll eat it.
The location the guys would have started their journey from the UC Davis basketball
let's
game.
see what we got here.
And this is Yuba City, where they had to drive back home. As you can see, it's just a simple drive down the highway with one turn to get you straight from one location to the other. This is Oroville-Quincy Road, 70 miles in the opposite direction, where the car was located at 4,400 feet elevation past the mountain snow line, meaning that in order to get to where the vehicle was found,
I clearly
the boys had to drive
haven't played Mario Kart
70
in like
miles
a year.
in the wrong direction up a partially unpaved road until they eventually got to the permanent snow cap of the Plumas National Forest, all of which had to take place in the middle of the night on a road that in no way could have been mistaken for the drive home. So the first question is,
weird.
Why on earth did they drive up there? The Plumas National Forest is a popular travel destination to people in Yuba County. As mentioned, for half of the year, there's a permanent snow line on top of the mountains. At about 4,400 feet, once the snow sticks to the ground, it doesn't melt until summer. Because of that, in the winter months, it's a popular destination for skiers and snowboarders, and for the rest of the year, it's a popular
So they just like noped out and drove up that mountain?
And more importantly, the boys seem to hate the Plumas National Forest, or at least some of them did. Ted Weir's father said that Ted despised the outdoors, and especially despised them at night. Ted really didn't like to
love
leave
the
his
outdoors.
home
I don't like it
and he was especially
in the
afraid
summer
of the woods
where
and the
mosquitoes are
dark.
coming
Bill
out, dude.
Sterling's
I
father
get
said that he had taken his son on
destroyed by
several fishing
mosquitoes
trips
here.
up in the mountains, but Bill always hated it. So for the past several years, according to Bill's parents, Bill had never ventured back into the wilderness. As a matter of fact, all of the boys showed opposition.
Like, I have all
to
kinds of camping
survival
shit. I
and the
love
great
doing that.
outdoors in one way or the other. All except one, but we'll get to that in a minute. So it's not like they would just take this detour the night before a big
Need to do it
basketball
more,
game just to go
to be
sightseeing.
completely
And the
honest.
other, more alarming detail of the discovery is the condition of the car itself. When the police searched the car on February the 28th, they could see where someone was spinning the
So
tires.
what's really cool, sorry for stopping that. What's really cool, I think this track is like that. But they have the Mario Kart GP Tour or something. It's like the arcade version of Mario Kart. And their tracks are really very inventive. Because it's like this one big set piece. And every time you drive around the track, like, the track is, like, open. You can technically go anywhere. Kind of. If there weren't arrows telling you where to go. So you're driving on the same map, but there are different paths throughout the map every time you make a lap. So it's not just like going around in a circle. The map changes depending on what lap you're on, but it's not the map that changes. It's just the directions of the arrows telling you where to go that change, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's really cool. I like that. They haven't done that with a Mario Kart since, I guess, that arcade version, and now they're adding that stuff to this Mario Kart. I don't know how they're going to make a better Mario Kart, or a new Zelda, or a new Smash. There's no way. It's weird. It's like that City Skylines type of thing. We're like, okay, the next game, why would I play that if I have like 100 million fucking Mario Kart tracks to play in Mario Kart 8? Or I have 89 characters that I can choose from in Smash. Like, what would be the incentive of getting the next Smash Brothers when it's inevitably going to have fewer characters? Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. There's no way that they can make a bigger Zelda. Prove me wrong, I guess. But, holy shit. Those 3 Nintendo games are like it. I do not envy the people that make the follow-ups to these games. Anyway.
Seemingly to get the car out. However, investigators also noted that yes, while it seemed the car was stuck, it wasn't stuck in any way that one guy pushing it couldn't have gotten it out. The rear tire was just a little bit misplaced to be out of traction. If someone even sat on the back of the car, it probably would have been enough to get the car moving again. Much less with 5 athletic dudes in the vehicle. Now, a lot of people look at that circumstance and say, well, because of their mental disability, it makes sense that they wouldn't think to get out and push the car. But I believe that still doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they weren't.
Because, as you'll remember, Jack Hewitt, who everyone universally agreed was the most mentally disabled out of the group, had a habit for working on the farm and riding his motorcycle everywhere. Jack Madruga loved his Mercury Montego and did a lot of the handiwork on it himself. And I mean, come on, these are guys who would go out on trips together all the time. And they all had some level of either holding a job or at least mechanical know-how. One of them definitely
being mentally disabled doesn't mean that you can't do fucking anything.
It is, of course, unless something was stopping them from doing that. Another alarming detail about the car. So remember how I said Madruga really cared for his car and he would do a lot of the handiwork for it? His parents also said that
I really
he
like
would
that,
always keep it clean and he was very careful to lock it and made sure that his car was always in a safe condition.
That's not a motorcycle or a regular car. That's a fucking trike.
All of the doors were unlocked and the driver's side window was rolled down.
That's so weird. That's actually really fucking cool. I like that.
Inside of the vehicle, things were as you would expect them. There were empty soda cans laying in the floor, candy wrappers. One of the boys had even taken the score of the UC Davis game on the back of one of the game brochures, and that was laying in the car as well. So it seems that the boys were just enjoying a relaxing drive home, when for no apparent reason,
I haven't played Mario Kart Double Dash in probably like 25 years.
Drive 4,400 feet up a mountain into the
or
snow,
however long.
get the car stuck and do nothing about it before rolling down a window and leaving the car unlocked. And of course, the most disturbing part
I do
about
remember
all of
this map though.
Where are the boys? Because at this point, they've been gone for 3 days, and they were nowhere to be found, or no clues of them were to be found around the vehicle. If you remember, several of the boys avoided taking a jacket or putting on anything other than plain clothes. So why would you get up to a snow-capped mountain that there's no reason for you to drive up in the first place, and then decide to leave the vehicle and just
maybe somebody made them. Maybe they picked up a hitchhiker.
That Jack hated the cold and hated being outside if it was even a little bit chilly. So the police initially expected, well, maybe they got up here and ran out of gas, or maybe the engine had some kind of problem. So the police hotwired the vehicle, and sure enough, the engine starts up just fine, and they still had a quarter tank of gas. Of course, if nothing else, the discovery of the vehicle gave the search parties
now
a
I want
general
sausage,
area.
goddammit.
However, during the first day of the search, an ice storm hit. The snow was so intense that it nearly killed 2 of the search workers. One began to have a heart attack, and another began to experience severe stages of hypothermia. For the safety of the participants, the police called off the search party.
Holy
this
shit.
winter storm lasted for several days, and
That's
as you
the
can
fucked
imagine,
up shit.
made it
Like,
hard to find clues
the
about
people
anything.
that do a search
If
and
there
rescue
were any
die.
traces of where the boys
It's
went
awful.
around the vehicle, they were long gone after 3 days of snow. Of course, after the snow was over, they kept looking, but nothing could be found. And tragically, this was the only definitive clue about the boys that was found for 4 months. Again, there were witnesses and testimonies at the time that we'll talk about in a minute, but as far as hard evidence, they had nothing to work with. All they knew is that it seems
Oh
like
shit, let me change my
something
game
compelled
on
these boys to
Twitch.
drive up that mountain, get out of their vehicle, and walk off the earth. And the first sign as to what happened to the Yuba County 5 would come on June the 4th of that year. By June the 4th, a lot of the snow on top of the mountain had begun to melt. On this day, a group of motorcyclists were traveling up the mountain about 20 miles north of where the car had originally been found to check in on some of the Park Service trailers. The Plumas National Parks have various ranger stations that are grounded trailers set up at various points throughout the forest. These trailers are fully furnished and equipped with food and heating supplies to keep someone alive for more than a year. However, as mentioned, for
A
about
lot of
half the
people
year,
watching
these
this
things
shit
were
right
completely
now.
buried in snow. So these motorcyclists on June the 4th
It's like
were coming to check
3.5
out the
thousand
now
people
uncovered
watching
trailer.
Mario Kart.
As soon
Maybe
as
I can
those
get a snag.
motorcyclists pulled up to the trailer on top of the mountain, they saw that one of the windows at the front of the trailer had been shattered, and an awful smell was coming from inside. While walking into the trailer, the motorcyclists noticed that scattered on the outside of the broken window were empty ration cans. Upon walking into the trailer, they see a pair of tennis shoes lying next to one of the bedroom doors.
That's not
lying,
good.
wrapped in blankets on top of one of the beds, is a human body. They called it in, and the Park Service and the police came to search the area immediately. The body that was found on top of the bed was in horrible condition. For one, it was found completely wrapped in
God damn, I'm
blankets in an
terrible.
almost mummified state. The blankets were even wrapped around the body's head. When the blankets were removed, this body had no face, as it had completely rotten off.
Holy
While the body
shit.
was in an all-around decrepit condition, they could tell that the feet were especially bad off. The socks and shoes had been removed, and it appeared that before death, the foot had become frostbit and gangrenous. So much so that the body was missing 5 toes. However, the one thing the police did recognize is
The
clothing
body
of the
was
body
missing
was
5
the last known
toes.
clothing of someone that they had been looking for. And as confirmed by the coroner's report and his wallet,
Not that
was
a
laying on
foot
the
was
nightstand
missing
next
all
to it,
5 toes.
this was the body of Ted Weir. It seemed that at some point in the last several months, Ted wound up in that trailer and succumbed to injuries sustained out in the snow while lying on that bed. The cause of death was ruled to be a pulmonary edema that resulted from pneumonia. Now, this raises a lot of questions.
What is
so
that, a
let's get the big
pulmonary
ones out of the way
edema?
first.
Is it like a
Ted's
blood
body
clot?
was found with the
I don't
sheets
know off the
wrapped
top of my
around him
head.
in a condition that doesn't make sense for Ted to do it to himself. I mean, if your arms are like, wrapped along your torso, it's kind of hard to wrap your head in the same way. Not to mention that, remember the tennis shoes that were lying next to the door? Those weren't Ted's shoes. They were later identified as being Gary Mathias's shoes. Ted's shoes, or at least the ones that he was seen wearing the night of the disappearance, his brown leather boots, were nowhere to be found. Furthermore, the trailer wasn't the only structure at this location. Just outside of the trailer were 2 sheds containing survival implements. In one shed was a more than a year's supply of food, and in the other shed was various heating supplies, like blankets and torches. From the food shed, various ration packs were missing, which makes sense considering there were packages of rations strewn about inside of the trailer and from the outside broken window. However, not as many as you might think. I read a lot of police reports as well
Like, how?
as journalist reports
Why
from
were
this
they
time,
up there?
and the
We're
police
never gonna
report
know,
says
are we?
There were only
I don't think we
36
are.
rations opened from that storage shed. Some of the news reports put the number as high as 72, but even then, that's not a lot. Because if you think of every ration pack as a meal, and you've got 5 guys staying in a trailer for, 4 months?
Yeah.
That's a lot more than 36
Less
meals.
than, I
And it's
think.
not like they ate all there was. There were entirely unopened boxes of rations and canned food supplies in the shed
That's
that were never
weird.
touched. But even more bizarre than that was while both of the sheds had been opened with a pry bar, from the other shed that contained things like torches, nothing had been touched. Which is especially weird considering that Ted Weir's initial cause of death was frostbite. So what, they had a guy freezing to death, and they opened up the shed that had all of the heating supplies and just decided not to use them?
I used to eat MREs. We went hiking up a mountain one time.
Paperback novels, any which could have been
They're not awful, actually.
A substantial fire. Maybe, as Drew Beeson points out in his book,
like what the military people eat.
The County 5, they didn't want anyone or anything to see the smoke. After searching over the trailer, the police could determine that the only two who were definitely there at some point were Ted and Gary, meaning that still there was no
I don't know
sign
why I didn't stop
Jack
that show.
Hewitt, Jack Madruga, or Bill Sterling. And, of course, the weirdest part about this entire thing. So,
as if all the other stuff wasn't
why,
weird.
Over the course of these last 4 months, did no one think to search a survivalist trailer that was in the location of where the boys went missing? Because that seems like a very obvious answer, right? You can't find the boys. Maybe they're at the house that is specifically meant to keep boys alive if this very thing were to happen. And the answer is, this trailer was not in the vicinity of the missing vehicle. As a matter of fact, it was 20 miles further up the mountain. A mountain that, mind you, had been covered in snow and ice during this entire ordeal. I want you right now to think about a location that is 20 miles from where you are. Good, got that? Okay, now think about walking to that location in several feet of snow while you're wearing a t-shirt and blue jeans, uphill at night. The possibility of survival would be next to none. But yet again, there's Ted Weir's body lying on a bed 20 miles away.
That is
so
very
of course,
odd.
they begin a search of everything
an
around
interesting
that
level.
trailer. And in the next couple days, they would make the final discoveries of the Yuba County investigation. Search crews began to trace the path from the trailer to where the Montego was spotted. And sure enough, about 11.5 miles up the mountain from where the car was found, the bodies of Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling were found lying next to each other.
Seems
Both
like
of their
somebody
bodies
had to
been
make
badly
them
damaged
do
by the
it.
elements.
I don't know.
Madruga's had been partially eaten by coyotes or something of the sort, and Bill Sterling was nothing but picked bones at that point. Given that it was 11 miles up the trail, it is likely
Fucking blue
that
shell piece
along
of
the
shit.
initial journey, perhaps even that night of February the 24th, whenever the five were traveling up to the cabin, either Bill or Jack began to succumb to hypothermia, or perhaps both. In the late stages of hypothermia, the subject begins to be very tired and feel the need to go to sleep. Of course, this sleep is one they'll never wake up from. So maybe the two of them were in this late stage and decided to take a quick rest that they would never stand back up from.
It's like getting a
even more
concussion. Like, do not fall
maybe
asleep
Bill
if you have a concussion.
or Jack collapsed along the road and the other refused to leave them. For those several months, underneath the snow, their bodies lied next to each other, the only comfort to be found in the harsh wilds. Around the same time, 2 miles northeast of the trailer, Jack Hewitt's father was a part of the search party. He saw his son's jacket lying underneath a bush. Whenever he went and picked up the jacket, Jack Hewitt's spine fell out. The crew began to investigate the area and eventually pieced together his skull, other bone fragments, and what remained of Jack Hewitt.
His spine fell out of the jacket. That's so fucked
the
up.
Same conditions as Jack
Wow.
Madruga and Bill Sterling. Jack Hewitt's jeans and shoes were also found nearby in a condition that implied they were taken off before Hewitt's death. So perhaps this would be the phenomenon known as paradoxical undressing, or whenever someone is about to succumb to hypothermia, they begin to strip off their clothes in a final burst of adrenaline before death. The only other
Weird. I've never heard of that.
A quarter mile from the trailer, so this
That's
would be
fucking
the closest
weird.
artifact to the trailer itself, were 3 blankets from the National Park Service and a rusted flashlight. Now, this area had never been combed as intensely as it was during this investigation, so perhaps the flashlight and blankets were
Goddamn
from
blue
some
shell, piece
other
of shit.
campers who simply lost them out on the trail. But again, it's also likely that it might have come from one of the boys. When Ted Weir's body was taken to autopsy, the coroner was astonished to hear that he was clean-shaven when he was missing, because from his beard growth, the coroner estimated that Ted had to be alive 8 to 13 weeks after the disappearance, meaning that at the very least, Ted had survived for 2 months in that trailer, most likely with the help of Gary Mathias. If you'll remember, Gary Mathias' shoes were found in the trailer, and Ted was in no condition to pry the locks off of sheds and gather together rations. And despite being more than 40 years since the disappearance of the Yuba County Five, Gary Mathias or his remains have never been found. And I'll tell you, that is the only definitive evidence that ever came out of this case.
That's
so we have a group of 5 guys who had plans, who had no intention or inclination, it seemed, of running off into...
So that other guy was like shaving himself in that time that they were at the trailer? That's very weird.
In fact, they had what seems to be severe opposition to doing just that. So these 5 guys run up a mountain, get the car stuck, leave it unlocked, walk 20 miles up an icy road, when remember, only 100 feet behind them, there was no ice on the mountain. They could have just turned around.
Somebody had to make them do that.
Down the road.
They had to have. Somebody else had to have been there.
As a matter of fact, about 8 miles down the mountain, they would have passed a lodge that had people in it at that time. That would have been a much safer option than just walking up the snow into the dark and mysterious unknown. They walked for 20 miles.
How could it be anything else?
And then 2 of them stay in this trailer for months and months until eventually, potentially after Ted dies, Gary just walks out of that cabin and off the earth forever. All begging the question, what happened on that mountain? Now there seems to be a lot of confusion surrounding how the boys got from the car to the trailer. And I think there's a pretty easy solution to this that I want to go over now. And it also explains why I think 3 of the boys, Jack, and Bill, all died on that first night traveling to the trailer. So this is roundabout the location that the Mercury Montego was found. And up here, again, 19 and a half or 19.
I love when he gets his whiteboard out. It's so funny.
Is the trailer.
The kind of shit I would do.
There were several different routes to get from where the car was to the trailer where the body of Ted would be found. The simplest path was traveling up the Montego a little bit to the west of where the trailer would be, and then curving back over into it. However, this trail was only about 11 miles, so where does everyone get the 20-mile number? Well, there was
you gotta have the Wiggler driving the Wiggler
but midway off,
Wiggle cart, whatever the fuck it's called.
Up around the mountain before it comes down from the north of the trailer and winds up again at the same location. Man, that is a horrible drawing. I'll throw up a picture of it somewhere so you can
that looks like a man.
Gist of what I'm talking about. But,
looks like a face.
So why do people say 20 miles and think that they took this trail when there was a much easier trail to take over here? This is in no way relative of 11 or 20, but just pretend like it is. The bodies of both Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling were found around this area, with the body of Jack Hewitt, if you'll remember, being found 2 miles to the northeast. Now, several people believe that maybe...
It's so weird talking about that, like, different paths. Whenever in the Bible, they're like, oh, the Jews were cast out of, what is it, Egypt, and they had to roam 40 fucking years or something in the desert. It's years, right? Not days. I'm pretty sure it was years. That desert is not that large. Like 40 fucking years is not like they would have to been the worst survivalists of all time. It was years ago. It's not that big. I mean, yeah, but like, goddamn. You would think that somebody had to know the night sky. Maybe. Probably. And knew where the North Star was. Somebody would have had to. Yeah, it's some ridiculously small number compared to 40 years. Like 30 days, a month. Sure. Like, that's not even like, it can't be possible. It's like just as improbable as Noah building the ark and putting 2 of every animal on it. It's just equally as improbable to me. It's so stupid. Yeah, I wonder how, it's funny. I've always thought about this, probably ever since I started questioning religion or whatever. Like, how did Noah get all of the animals on the ark? Because, you know, we have marsupials and shit in Australia. What, he'd go over there, get them, brought them back? But beyond that, we are still discovering species today. How, like, we're still discovering shit. So how did Noah know to get all the shit that nobody ever knew about until today? Or, you know, modern memory. Yeah, exactly. Well, the breeding there, in Genesis, it says that they bred horses, like, they had a tree, and they bred horses in front of the tree, and so the horses took on that, like, striped bark shape. So they clearly had a fantastic working knowledge of breeding and genetics and everything. Clearly, just the most robust, the robust knowledge of breeding species and how traits carry on. You know, fucking in front of a tree is going to give you stripes. It's so fucking wildly absurd, all of it. Sometimes I lay in bed and, like, just in a general sense, how the fuck can you believe that? Like, just generally. And, like, if you break it down even more, like murder, right? Oh, one person shot somebody and killed the other person. I get it. But, like, how is that a sin? It's awful. It's awful for, like, community morality, right? And fuck morals coming from gods. That's a whole other bullshit thing to talk about. But what exactly is the part of this, like, of sinning, if you break it down? Like, really break it down to its bare minimum. First off, you have, like, an electric impulse in your brain. That impulse triggers the muscle or nerve to pull your index finger. Your index finger applies force on the trigger, which, like, what part of these steps, which one is the sin, right? The force on the trigger. Okay, so the trigger has a mechanism to slam down, you know, the hammer on the gun. That hammer creates a pressure in the bullet, which ignites the gunpowder, or whatever they use in the bullet nowadays. Is the ignition of the gunpowder the sin? Right? So that gunpowder creates a pressure wave to push it forward. Like, is that pressure wave the sin? And then as it comes out of the barrel, it deviates somewhat. You know, the bullet can fall due to gravity. There could be wind. You could, you know, miss somebody. Like, okay, let's say, like, is the wind or gravity, is that the source of the sin? Okay, and then you have a bullet. Let's say they get a headshot that pierces the skin. So we have, like, a sort of surface tension with the skin that the bullet goes through. It's them breaking the cell surface tension, the sin. And then obviously it enters the cranium, which also breaks, similar kind of breakdown of, like, the bullet, you know, hitting the cranium. All right. So the trajectory of the bullet, you get a headshot. People have survived from headshot wounds. So what is the sin there? The like the trajectory of the bullet to hit a certain part of your brain that stops vital function? If so, what part of that brain is the sin? Right? Like which is the part where the bullet hits that makes the sin come out? Because if it didn't hit that point and the person survived, then it's clearly not a sin. And then, okay, well, it hits that part. It probably stops all neural kinetic, electricity from going to the person's body, or it fucks it up a lot. So that energy that goes down the body and makes the fingers twitch, or, a person spazzes out whenever they're dying. Is that it? Is like the sin the thing that makes you twitch? Or the sin is the thing that makes your brain not communicate with your heart correctly? Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. And then like, all right, well, if the heart stops because of that, is that stopping heart the sin, the part of the sin? Like, I'm just wondering, breaking it down, and then we could go into quantum mechanics about, free will and everything. It makes no sense. Like, whenever you break something down to like the minutest detail, tell me which one is sin. And I'm not accepting, it's a sum of all parts bullshit. The sum is greater than the parts, or whatever. I forgot the saying exactly. I'm just curious. I don't know. Something to think about.
The trailer, and then after they made it to the trailer, they either panicked and split up in different directions, or as they tried to search their way back to the Montego, they got lost, and that's when people began to die. However, I don't think that's true for multiple reasons. For one, as mentioned, there weren't a lot of rations that were used at the trailer. Certainly not for 5 grown men to be at that trailer for any amount of time. And on top of that, the only people who there was definitive evidence that they made it to the trailer was Ted Weir and Gary Mathias. Conveniently, the only two whose bodies were not found on the path to the trailer. Rather than all 5 making it to the trailer, only 2 leaving evidence they were there, and then the other 3 walking out into the woods to die, doesn't make a lot of sense. I think what more than likely happened is as they set off on that cold night, again, walking through several feet of snow with no direction or idea as to where you're going, 3 of them died along the path, rather than all of them making it to the trailer through the harsh walk that night and then dying later on. I mean, I can kind of see the idea that...
I mean, is that not obvious, though? If that's where they found them in there? They obviously, probably didn't leave the trailer, because why would you? I don't know. It's weird. Weird fucking disappearance.
They made it to the trailer, and then Jack Madruga and Bill went back to get the car, and they died on the way, or they got lost and died on the way. That kind of makes sense. But why on earth would Jack Hewitt make a 20-mile trek up to the trailer, only to then,
and then
walk
go back down
less than 2 miles away, and then succumb to the elements? And again, the evidence at the trailer doesn't support that the other 3 ever made it there. Now, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, why didn't the boys just follow the 11-mile trail that was half the distance than the one that they supposedly died on?
But to be fair, hold on. To be fair, he's saying that they didn't go up the trailer and then, immediately walk back. But, does it have to be that they immediately did? Could they not have stayed at the trailer for, a week, and they're like, okay, we're fucked. Somebody come with me back down to get the car, or try to. You know what I'm saying? Wendigoon makes it seem as if those people got to the trailer and then they're like, okay, let's go back down for the car. Don't know if that's true, but again, he's saying that they're probably not even there in the first place because there's no evidence of them being there. So,
none of them had any idea as to where they were going. It doesn't seem like any of them had ever even been up on this mountain, or at least not recent or with the accuracy to know the roads. And on top of that, their trail might have already been picked for them. Remember how I said a winter storm was coming and it made the investigation a lot more difficult in the days after the car was discovered? Well, the Park Service also knew that a storm was coming, so to make sure that their trailers and other properties in the northern part of the mountain would be destroyed, they sent a snowcat up the mountain to check everything out. So 2 days before the boys show up on the snow-covered ground, this massive snowcat drove a path all the way up the mountain to that trailer. So think about it. If you're walking or perhaps running through the middle of the woods at night, are you going to walk through the completely uncharted snow or through the dozer
Yeah, that
tracks
makes
that have now
sense.
patted down the snow and ice to a
Makes sense.
manageable degree. Now, you may not have any idea where those tracks lead, but it's a better option
God
than just
damn it.
walking into the woods or up a trail that might have been completely
Hey,
covered
what's
by the
going
snow.
on?
Now, I couldn't find any confirmation
Got
as
new
to
shit.
which
I'm
path the
slacking. I've been
snowcat
slacking on
took,
music
if it
stuff.
took the 11-mile or the 20-mile path, but I think it took the 20-mile for two
I'll
different reasons.
I'll give it a
well,
look
really three different reasons.
after
I still
this,
think that the three
but we
men
still
being
have
found
quite a
dead
long
along
while
this
for
trail
this.
pretty well confirms that that's the trail they took. But number two, the 11-mile trail
Some
seems
weird-
to be much more
weird
steep
shit.
than the 20-mile trail. The 20-mile trail is much more meandering and an easier way to get to the trailer. So perhaps the snowcat would have taken that one to avoid any icy inclines. And number three,
Oh, you're on
all
YouTube
of the
too. I'm glad
reports from the time
Restream works.
consistently say
God damn
that
it.
the boys were on a 20-mile trail to the trailer. Now, if all of the reporters and police knew that there was an 11-mile one, then why say that the boys walked 20 miles? I think it's because investigators figured out initially that the boys probably followed the path of the snowcat, and then at the time they saw that the snowcat took the 20-mile trail. So
That
whenever
is interesting.
reporters asked how far they
Yeah.
walked, the investigators just
I would have
relayed
never
that it was
thought of
20
that.
miles. I say all that to say that I don't think Jack, or Bill ever made it to that trailer. There's a lot of theories as to what exactly went down to the trailer. Did some of the boys make it? Did one of them get scared and run away? But I think the only two who ever made
Why?
it were Ted and Gary. There's some other
But
small details
why were they
about
the
the
only
trailer
two?
that are worth mentioning.
That's
For
weird.
one, remember how I said there was a second sheet that had heating supplies in it? Well, among those heating supplies was a gas tank that, if a valve
How you
was
doing,
turned,
though?
would provide heating to the entire trailer. However, it seems that this gas tank was never turned. This is just as odd, if not more odd, than the torches in the cabin never being used or a fire.
The weird thing about it, though, is like, okay, if these people didn't make it to the trailer and two other people did, like, that is a long way for these two people to nope out and then travel another 15, 16 miles around this. Like, if they unalived themselves, or they got unalived, how did the other like, that's a long journey for these people to kick it right there and the others to make it there.
Never
That's
being
interesting.
started, but again, perhaps they were just afraid of something finding them out there. Also, on top of that, several of the ration cans were opened with what's called a church key can opener. It was something very popular back in the 70s. People would have used it to
It's a
open
bottle
soda
cap
bottles,
opener.
and it's likely that all of the boys were familiar with it. But there's a mention in the reports
I
that
did not
one
know
of the
that was
cans
called that, though.
opened with a P38
Interesting.
military can opener. For this reason, a lot of people say Jack Madruga had to make it to the trailer because he was in the military and would know how to use the military can opener and may have even had one on him. That doesn't make any sense, because do you know who else was in the military? Gary. And if you're asking if either Jack or Gary were more likely to keep a military can opener on them, it would definitely be Gary. It's for those reasons that I think 3 of the boys died on the night of February the 24th, and why I think Ted and Gary were the only ones to survive in that trailer for potentially the next 3 months.
But, like,
now that we know
how?
everything that definitively happened and my idea of what might have happened on the night of February the 24th, let's talk about the one witness who supposedly was there for the crucial moment that the 5 men left the car. And that is the
Okay.
testimony of a man named Joseph Schoen, whose car was stuck on the same trail that the boys' car was abandoned on. According to Joseph Schoen, he was driving up the mountain to check out a cabin that him and his family would be staying in that same weekend. February the 24th was a Friday, and on the 25th and 26th, him and his family planned to stay in a cabin at the top of Plumas National
How are you
Forest.
doing, though,
So
Alaska?
effectively, Joseph was setting out to see how bad the snow would be for the family trip. He was driving up the mountain when, just like the 5 boys, shortly after crossing the 4,400-foot line and hitting the snow cap, his Volkswagen Beetle became stuck. Joseph gets out of the vehicle to push the car so that he can get traction and continue driving, when as he's pushing, he begins to have a heart attack. Now, Joseph had had a history of chest pains and heart issues,
Weird.
so whenever he felt the tightness in his chest, he knew it might be serious. As a matter of fact, the pain was so intense that he threw up and defecated right there on the side of the snow-covered road.
I've been there.
Not wanting to push himself until he
I've been there.
died, Joseph decided to sit down in his vehicle and wait for the pain to stop. Eventually, Joseph fell asleep in his vehicle. until around 11:30 or midnight, he heard what sounded like someone whistling for a dog, or basically someone whistling as if they're trying to get something's attention. Joseph comes to and looks in his rearview mirror and sees that behind him, about 100 feet down the road, just over a bend, he can see the headlights of a vehicle. Joseph, seeing this as an opportunity to get help, gets out of his Beetle and walks over a short incline to see
I'm not
around
saying
the bend
anything. I'm trying
of
to
whoever's
process the
headlights these
information.
are aiming up the road. Joseph says that he saw the 69 Mercury Montego parked right there where the police would later find it, but behind it was a rusty red pickup truck. Standing outside
Somebody else,
of both
right?
the Montego and the pickup truck were 6 or 7 people, one of which he said looked like a woman holding a small baby. Joseph sees these people and begins to yell for help. However, he says as soon as he starts yelling, everyone quits talking, they turn off their headlights, before it seems that everyone, or at least what seemed to be everyone in the hazy nighttime air, files
This
into
looks
the
pretty
red
cool.
truck, and the truck backs up and goes back down the mountain. Joseph thinks
It
this
had
is
to have
just
been
a
other
group of people who
people.
got
Exactly.
stuck, so everyone hops
Had
into
to
the
have.
truck that could still get out of the snow. And thinking that they just didn't want to help him, he gets upset and walks back to his car. He says about an hour later, he's looking into the rearview mirror and sees what appears to be flashlights in the tree line, walking back and forward. Again, Joseph gets out of his car and yells for help, but as soon as he
God
starts
damn
to
it.
yell, the flashlights cut out. At this point, Joseph's just wholly frustrated.
That's
He
so
thinks this is
weird.
another
Maybe they were
person
like
who's stuck on the mountain
mountain
and just
people.
doesn't want to help him. So Joseph sets in his car and leaves
I don't
the
want to
engine running
stereotype, but
to try
like
to maintain some
hillbillies.
heat. However, at 4
Some
a.m.,
weird
his
shit.
car runs out of gas, and seeing that the only other option is freezing, Joseph gets out of his car and starts walking down the mountain. From there, some good Samaritan gives him a ride home, and after all of this investigation begins, he gives that story to the police.
They had
Now,
to have
the
been forced,
majority
for sure.
of accounts you'll read, or people who talk about this story, just take Schoen's testimony that there was a red truck there and that it interacted with the boys, and they just leave it
Sure.
at that. They take it as Bible. For reasons I'm going to talk about in a minute, I believe almost none of Joseph Schoen's testimony.
That's
And as a
interesting.
matter of fact, I think Schoen might have had something to do with the boy's disappearance, and reiterating all the allegedlys and whatnot. But I think he did. Or at the very least, he knows more than he's letting on. But I'll talk about why in a minute. Shortly after the boys disappeared, the Yuba County
Did they
Sheriff's
find
Office
tracks
put out
of
a
them?
reward of $1,215 to anyone who had information that led to the boys' discovery. Because of this, they had calls from all over the country, and even outside of the country. There were reports
that's some
that the boys
fishy
were
shit,
seen
though.
at an airport
But-
in Miami, that they were in Ontario walking into a movie theater. Basically,
Like, I believe it's the multiple people, though. I mean, he's going to tell me why he doesn't believe that. That's fair. But, like, we have 5 grown men. One person, this guy could, like, really 5 people he's going to control? I don't know. I don't buy that. I think it had to have been multiple people.
as soon as you mention money, people just get dollar signs in their eyes and start to say whatever comes to mind. However, aside from Joseph Schoen, which Joseph Schoen was definitely on the mountain that night, as evidenced by his stuck beetle, but aside from his testimony, all the others were tenuous. However, there are 2 that might hold some value. One of them was of a woman who worked at a gas station in Brownsville. Now,
Okay.
Brownsville is the town that the boys would have had to have taken the exit in to get going the wrong direction up the mountain into the national park. At Brownsville, there was a location known as Mary's Country Store. She said that whenever she pulled up to Mary's to start her shift, that she got out of her vehicle, and sitting in a vehicle next to her were 2 guys who she thought might be mentally handicapped. She said this was because they had very wide smiles. The 2 men waved at her, and she waved back. And then as she was walking in, she saw that 2 other men were standing in a phone booth just in front of the store itself. After starting her shift, she said that the 2 guys from the phone booth came inside, bought things like chocolate milk and snack bars, before they got back in the vehicle
Hey,
with
don't
the 2
diss
other
chocolate
men
milk.
and drove away. The store owner
Always
even
acceptable.
corroborated this story and said that the men came in 2 days in a row. The police showed her pictures of the boys, and she picked out every one except for Gary. Now, here's the wrench in this whole thing. According to them, this back-to-back visit to Mary's Country Store was on February the 25th
God
and
damn it.
February 26th. This makes no sense because the disappearance happened on February 24th. So what? Did the boys go up the mountain, get stuck,
Fucking
leave the
shell.
vehicle unlocked, and then everyone but Gary drive down the mountain? Keep in mind they're both missing their game and haven't contacted their families. They go to this country store, get some snacks, get back in their vehicle, and then the next day they come back and do it again. Again, all without, telling their family or doing anything that makes sense for the timeline we understand.
Weird.
Because that would mean after all that happened, they decide to just go abandon themselves back where the car's stuck and die in the woods. Now, otherwise, I would throw this story out completely and say it's just the store owner and the employee who thought they could lie to the police and each get $600 out of it. If it wasn't for one detail of their account that I will mention later. The third and final testimony that investigators really
you want to do cat
to
stuff?
Was the testimony of a man named Mr. Redrick. Redrick was a fairly well-to-do guy from Yuba County who owned property up around Vids National Forest. Redrick said that about a year before the disappearance, he had gone up to check out the property, and while he was at his cabin in the middle of the woods, Ted Weir showed up. Ted Weir, who was up here in the middle of the woods with an older man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, as well as what appeared to be the son who was maybe 14 to 16 years old. The three of them said that they were out hunting. Now, this doesn't make any sense because Ted Weir, as we've talked about, had a fear of the woods, a fear of the dark, and according to his family, he had a fear of firearms.
Somebody must have made them drive up there in the first place.
So him being up here in the middle of the woods with two otherwise strangers, because when this was reported to the family, they had no idea who these people might be.
Like, just the simple fact of them going up the mountain, like, that they didn't know, does not make sense. But it does if another, like, truck was following them, like that other guy said. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Why would he be in the middle of the woods just walking around Redrick's property? Now, it's possible that Redrick might have known Ted Weir. Again, Ted would do things like bag groceries at the local store, so it's possible that Redrick had seen him before, and that's why he recognized him up at his cabin. But I wouldn't think that Redrick and Ted would be close, or he would really know who it is. So I would more than likely with this story,
circumstantial
again,
evidence.
There were literally hundreds of false sightings of the boys.
Oh,
I would
shit.
say that Redrick either made a mistake in thinking it was Ted Weir, or he just wanted the $1,200. And again, I would completely
I think
write this story
eyewitnesses
off
are like the
as
least
just three
reliable
other guys from
source.
the mountain who had
Correct
no
me if I'm
connection to
wrong.
the case, if it wasn't for one detail about his testimony that I'll talk about in a minute. Now, at this point, we have looked at all of the logistics and witnesses of the case itself. While some aspects of these testimonies are often believed over others, the consensus seems to be that the boys drove up there in the vehicle, either under force or under their own free will.
Under
before
force.
They were forced to leave the vehicle, wandered out into the woods, and succumbed to the elements. In the initial reporting of this case, the media and some police forces were unnecessarily crude about the boys' condition. A lot of people just wrote it off as, oh, they're handicapped? Well, no wonder they just decided to walk off into the woods for no reason. But as we've talked about, these guys were competent enough to do things like...
Then again, I've done some weird shit for no reason as
doesn't
well.
make sense that they would just wind up in the situation they did. And those who researched the
Like,
case in
I
the modern
have.
age, as well as the
I've
victims'
done
families, agree with
spontaneous
that. So,
shit.
it seems to be that at some level of everything that transpired, foul play had to be involved. Either some malicious force forced them to go up the mountain, or some malicious force scared them out of the car, or kept them segregated to the top part of the mountain, too scared to come down, or perhaps all three. And now that you have the pieces,
But why?
we can
What
get
would be the
into
motive?
Theories around the case. And there is one theory that is far and away more popular than all the others. It is held by, I would say, 70 or 80% of the documentaries and news reports that I've read
never
about
even
this
heard of
case.
this, though.
It is believed by several of the family members of the boys who went missing, specifically like the Madruga family. And
Goddamn
it
blue
seems
shell.
to be the consensus that a lot of people go with. And that is the belief that either by accident or on purpose, the boys were killed by Gary Mathias. That either by his leadership or malicious purpose, he took the boys up to the mountain, and had them either killed by the elements,
Because he was never
or perhaps
found.
even killed them himself. The supporting information for this theory are things like Gary was the most intelligent out of the men, and if they were to do something
Don't
like
think that's
detour
saying much.
or walk
Pretty low
out
bar.
into the woods, it would either have to be his idea or at least with his consent. He did have a history of criminal violence as discussed earlier, so if there was anyone in the group more likely to commit an act of violence, it would be him. And out of the boys,
Yeah,
he
makes
was the
sense.
most likely to be the outsider. While the boys got along with him, the parents were always kind of put off by him. Again, his spacey attitude and history of violence. And of course, the fact that Gary was never found.
Yeah.
And while
I
like
can
said,
see why
this is
people
far
go
and away
with
the
that.
most popular theory, and the majority of people who talk about the case will theorize that Gary got the boys killed, one way or the other. I don't believe that Gary did it. As a matter of fact, I think
Let's
he
hear
might
it.
have been their last lifeline. Even the theories that it was accidental, that Gary just decided, hey, let's drive up to the woods, it'll be a fun trip. And then from there, he just made a series of bad decisions.
Unfortunate
that got everyone
event.
killed. While I think that might be more likely, I still don't think that's what happened. And to explain why, let's talk about Gary Mathias. As a young boy, Gary showed no signs of a mental illness. It wasn't until in elementary school when he suffered a serious head injury that he began to show signs that something was wrong. But
What
of
should
course,
I
this was
do?
the 1960s, and standards of mental health were nothing compared to what they are today. So most people just considered young Gary to be off or have something wrong with him. Beginning in high school, it seems that Gary began to experiment with different kinds of drugs, most likely a form of self-medication. He played football in high school
Been
and
there.
seemed to be well liked by people around him, but after high school, he didn't have a lot of options. So, Gary joined the military. After being in the military for a couple years, most likely
It's
because
military
his drug problem
Gary.
seemed to worsen around this time, Gary began to act out. He began to be violent
Why
to
not?
other people around him. He began to have shouting fits and be inconsolable. It culminated when one day, after he had spent some time in the brig for getting in a fight with another soldier,
Throw him
a
in the
sergeant,
brig.
I believe it was a sergeant,
We don't
some
have a
just say
brig.
officer, some
The laundry
high-ranking
room, yeah.
military person came to let him out,
The laundry
and
room.
as soon as they let him out, Gary punched him in the face. He was also naked when he did it, but the important part was he
What?
punched the guy in the face.
That's
when Gary
very
was later
important.
asked why he did this, Gary said that he
The fuck?
wanted to be out of the military, and he figured if he punched this
He was
guy,
naked when
they'd
he
kick
did
him
it.
out. Gary had a psych evaluation around this time, and he was formally diagnosed
Oh,
with
I'm awful.
paranoid schizophrenia. Because of this, he was discharged from the military and returned home. He thought he might attend school for a while, so he wanted to go live with his grandmother up in Portland, Oregon, but his parents,
Why did he
seeing that was
befriend
beginning
them,
to act
though?
out, thought that it might not
Interesting.
be a good idea, and they urged him to come back, and eventually Gary just cut off contact with
Oh
his
my
parents.
God, I'm terrible.
That was until one day, a very unshaven and dirty Gary Mathias showed up at his parents' doorstep when last they heard he
Oh
was
my
living
God.
with his grandmother up in Portland. Turns out that one day, for seemingly no reason at all, Gary decided to walk from Portland, Oregon to his parents' home in Yuba County. This was a distance of 550 miles that Gary traversed by walking.
God, I'm doing
and hitchhiking,
terrible.
doing things like stealing milk and dog food off
Right?
of people's porches just to stay alive. So while
I don't
he was
remember, like, how he
unstable
befriended
socially,
them.
Sure, the dude had the fortitude to just pull out a map and walk from Portland to Yuba all in one trip. It was a couple years after this,
Sure,
once Gary
why
had
not?
returned home, that his violent tendencies began to crop up. Gary was about 23 at the time, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. What he did was pretty bad. There were several occasions that men would fight him in local bars because he would do things like grope their wives. One time after getting
Yeah,
into an
you don't wanna do
altercation with
that.
the man, he began to scream
Probably
at the
not a
man's
good idea.
3-year-old daughter and threatened to kill her. And in perhaps the most terrifying thing he ever did, a couple who was living in Yuba County awoke one night to see Gary Mathias
Right,
standing in their bedroom,
I've
just
walked-
cloaked in darkness.
I've walked like maybe 6 miles, like directly from point A to point B. How many did they say he walked? Like a shitload, right?
Whenever
Way more
they
than
freaked
that.
out and asked what he's doing here, he said that he was there to get a ring back from them that he needed to give to Satan, and that they're in his house,
yeah.
and they owe him money. Because of this,
You gotta
Gary
give the
was
ring to
constantly
Satan.
in and out of jail. His parents would pay his bail to get him out, and this entire time he was acting out in extreme violence.
Ryan,
After
God damn
this
it.
last instance where he broke into someone's house, His family recognized that he was getting worse and someone might really get hurt. So, seeking help, they eventually got him involved with Gateway Projects. As mentioned earlier, Gateway Projects
I've lost my ability to play Mario Kart.
Who had various different mental disorders or conditions. And through Gateway Projects, Gary, for the first time, properly treated his schizophrenia. And as soon as he got on medication, Gary became a model citizen. He began to take care of himself and make amends with the people that he had hurt and wronged. He had money coming in from the VA, but he also began to work with his dad and help him run his business. According to those around him, Gary became socially outgoing and began to volunteer for local work within the community. As a matter of fact, Gateway Project
was he on his meds when he did this stuff?
Of someone getting the
maybe
help
not.
he needed and making the most of it. The way that he came into contact
maybe
with
he ran out.
Was
started acting fucking really weird.
His counselor said that Gary could really use some friends. So he introduced Gary to 4 others of the Gateway Gators basketball team who needed a team.
There you go.
And
that's how he befriended him.
Counselors, coaches, and everyone around, as soon as Gary met the 4 others, they became inseparable. Gary was smart and he was able to think things out clearly, so he would often
on his medicine
they went to make sure they were okay. According to those who knew them, Gary was very
God
protective
damn.
of the 4 other boys.
Oh my god, how do I even back up?
Anyone insulted or threatened them. At the time of the
swear to god, it
disappearance,
used to be
Gary had a
amazing at Mario Kart.
with his high school sweetheart, and the two of them seemed to get along great. His life was in a fantastic condition when the disappearance happened, but that didn't change the news and reports around from just simply pulling up his criminal history and calling it an open and shut case. The news said that the 4 men who were mentally disadvantaged went up the mountain with a psychopath, a crazed schizophrenic who was ready to hurt them
maybe
at a moment's notice.
if he's off his
aside from
meds.
a couple family members who were just afraid of what happened to their boys and pointed a finger to Gary quickly.
Maybe he ran out.
Again, he had a history of violence, and out of all the boys, he was the one who should have known better than, walking up a mountain in the middle of the night. Everyone said that Gary was a great guy who really loved his friends. And when I think about it that way, some of the details of this case absolutely break my heart. Again, going off of my theory and what I think a lot of people who know the case kind of accept as the timeline of events, Bill, Jack, and Jack all died on the way to the trailer, which means that the only 2 people who made it were Ted and Gary. And Ted was in no position to do anything. His toes were falling off. He certainly wasn't gathering food or wrapping himself in all those
I've never had
blankets.
frostbite, but
for Ted to be alive,
I've been in fucking real cold.
Had to be feeding him, someone had to be keeping him warm and dry, and someone, after Ted died, had to wrap what was left of him in 7 blankets that were scrounged together from that cabin. There were ration canisters all over the room where Ted's body was found.
Oh yeah, the guy did
Ted,
get
who
wrapped
originally
from
weighed
head to
about
toe.
200 pounds. It was estimated that at his time of death, he probably weighed closer
God
to
damn it.
100. And it was likely because
God,
he
I'm
was
terrible.
battling pneumonia and wasn't in the mood to eat a lot of food. What little he did eat to keep him alive that long
God
was
damn it.
probably forced on him by Gary. The only other evidence that the police stated in their report that was found in the cabin of activity were of things like candles that had been burnt and playing cards that had been used. I can't help but imagine Gary taking care of Ted as long as he could. And then after Ted dies, he wraps him in a blanket, gathers what little supplies he has.
And there's always the fact, though, if he's off of his medication. Like, I don't know if they know if he was or wasn't. That's definitely a factor, though.
Now, again, I am just a guy on the internet
Hey,
who
me
has
too.
read what other people have witnessed and documented. My information could be wrong, and my opinions could be wrong. A lot of people who are close to the case believe that Gary was the perpetrator, or at least insistent on a lot of the things that caused these events to happen. And
I should just
who
stop
am I to
playing.
argue with people who were there or actually related to it? But from what I know,
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
that's
Gary did.
bias.
And I think it's tragic that a lot of people do. I also think a lot of events that took place can kind of be explained with Gary's fortitude to survival. Again, we know he walked 550 miles through some pretty cold temperatures.
550,
so
okay.
After
It's much
Bill
more than I've
and
walked.
Jack Madruga died on the path, or maybe one of them died and the other wouldn't leave them. If my theory of the path they traveled is correct, I could imagine Gary urging the 2 others to follow him, because while they might be a lost cause, he wouldn't lose anyone else. Same with after Jack Hewitt's death, Gary may have just been trying to save Ted, the last man he
But
could
why
save.
did they
Now,
drive
another
up
thing to
there?
keep in mind
Why?
is Gary was a good, upstanding guy while
damn it.
he was on his medication. As I mentioned before his medication, he had some pretty violent tendencies and harsh delusions. And this was a medication that he would take twice a day, every day.
Okay,
so
there we go.
it is true that without that medication, there's no telling what his mindset might have switched to.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't have had anything to do with the initial disappearance or the first several nights on top of the
God,
mountain.
I'm awful.
But after several weeks, once the medications left his system, he might have been in a pretty bad place.
Oh
Perhaps the
yeah.
flashlight and
Shit,
blanket
I didn't even put that together. They were there for like 4 fucking months. Even if he was on his medication, he would have ran out.
that were found a quarter mile away from the trailer were his. Maybe he had packed them and then
Oh my God.
in a haste discarded them for no reason. He might have just ran off
Embarrassing.
wildly into the woods and then eventually succumbed to the elements as well. And his separation from the location may explain why his body was never found. Given that he would have been off his medication for some
Maybe.
time, the local authorities searched at mental health facilities, at hospitals, at prisons to see if
Nope,
there was
we're
any sign
restarting.
of Gary Mathias. And again, none was
God,
ever
that's
found.
embarrassing.
It is highly likely that he died in those woods as well. I just think he did it after everyone else. Gary, who had the most experience,
I
was
don't
the
know
most
about
likely
that.
to survive out of all of them, I believe, kept the others alive as long as he could. So if I don't think Gary did it, then what do I think happened? And to answer that
It was
question,
somebody else.
let's look at Joseph Schoen. So in the news reports and even some of the police interviews after the disappearance, Joseph Schoen is painted to be just an upstanding family man who had a bit of a health scare, and then he was very complicit with the police and wanted to see these boys returned home safe. And that is not at all what he was. Joseph Schoen was the town drunk
Let's go with that.
and had a habit for making a fool of himself and driving drunk and running his car off the road. He was a compulsive liar and, according to those who knew him, very annoying. Because he would drive drunk so often, it was a common sight to see his Volkswagen Beetle ran off the side of a road. And initially, you know, it's a small community.
Gary's
People
drunk
would go
again.
to help him out, but he was always hateful about it, never grateful.
There's the
and it
Beetle.
just made their day worse. So eventually, it was not uncommon for his car to be left at locations for days at a time because no one wanted to talk to him. One of his family members even said that if Joseph Schoen was ever murdered, the case could never be solved because the entire town would be a suspect because everyone had a reason to kill
Joseph-
him. Remember his
Joseph,
whole story
not
that
Gary.
the reason he was
Sorry.
going up there in the first place was because he was going to check out a weekend cabin that he was staying
Yeah,
at
it's
with
the
his
dude that
family.
said he
Well,
saw
it turns
other
out
guys.
that he did not own a cabin up there and did not rent a cabin up there. All of that was a lie. What more than likely was happening is earlier that day he was seen at a bar getting drunk. So most likely he just got drunk and started driving and then slipped off on the side of the road.
Did they
And he didn't
confirm the
want to
heart
tell the
attack?
police that,
I don't
so
know
he
if
said
they
that he
did
was
or
going
didn't.
up there to look at a weekend cabin. His entire testimony, which I read earlier, by the way, was the third iteration of his testimony, or technically fourth. So the part about him walking into the lodge 8 miles down the hill in the early morning hours of February the 25th is true. And if you'll remember, I said he got a ride home with some good Samaritans who were at the lodge. According to the 2 people who drove him home, he was ungrateful and annoying for the entire ride. He kept complaining about getting stuck and said that the reason he got stuck is because a car was tailgating him the
What?
whole way up the mountain and eventually caused him to spin off the road. Now, this is very different, again, from the story
What?
that he would eventually
What?
give to the police. And it's hard to tell with a compulsive liar which one's the lie and which one is true, but there might be a sliver of truth to it, considering these were the initial
damn it.
things that he told the 2 people he was in the vehicle with before he thought through what he wanted to tell the police. Or at the same time, he could have just been looking for
The
an
issue with
excuse
that-
as to why he got the car stuck.
No. The issue with that, and I said it earlier, is how is one person gonna make 5 grown men do something? Sure, they may have been mentally challenged, some of them, but still, I don't buy that. I don't buy that one person could make 5 men do something. Unless the dude had an accomplice to make them do it.
Because saying that he just did it on his own was too embarrassing. But either way, a very different story than his official account. After he got home, he fell asleep, and when his wife came home to see how he was doing, he explained that his car got stuck on top of the mountain. So his wife and another guy went to go get it because I guess he just couldn't be bothered to help her move his car that he got stuck. Now, according to him, it was out of gas, which is an element of the testimony he would eventually give the police. And at the very least, the car was up there because the same park service ranger who called in the 69 Montego that the boys were in said that there was a Volkswagen stuck just in front of it. Also, fun fact, remember the detail earlier that his heart attack was so awful that he defecated outside of his vehicle? The park ranger also confirmed that he saw that there as well. I believe it was while the wife was
yeah, but if the dude's a drunk, you know, not gonna lie, I've been that drunk and shit myself. Not my proudest moment in college. That was a fucking party if I had ever been to one.
The investigation, the husband called the police and gave them a very brief version initially, saying that he was up there and he saw that car and he saw some boys standing around it. So then the police call him back a couple days later to get more details. In the second phone call with the police, which is now the third time that he's told this story, he said that whenever he walked and looked at the car, he saw 2 to 12 people, which... What? How
You've never shit yourself?
2 or 12. He also said that while...
You know, I would have not normally said that maybe 5 years ago, but I have no shame now. I just don't give a fuck. Like, I have zero shame.
In his initial phone call,
it is embarrassing, but
behind the car,
it's a true fact.
The police shouldn't worry about it because he was
having
a heart attack and might have been hallucinating. Which again, what? I know heart attacks can be pretty bad and all, but you just imagine a truck and 10 other people were there. His story had a lot of inconsistencies. So,
interesting about that, he said he had a heart attack and hallucinated. If he was as big of a drunk as he was, he could have been getting sober and you hallucinate then. More, wait, what? Hold on. I think I missed it. Oh, yeah. Anyway, because I've done that recently, before, like 2 years ago, when I was moving, I stopped drinking, mainly because I ran out of money at the time. But I definitely went through some fucked up withdrawals and I started hallucinating. I actually called the cops on myself because I thought people were in my apartment doing like geocaching. I have no idea why I thought that. And I've taken a lot of like drugs like that, like psilocybin, hallucinated. This was not that. I literally thought there were people in my apartment, like coming down off of getting sober. I did that so much that I thought people were in there that I must have looked like a goddamn lunatic if there was a camera in my apartment, because I'm sure I was talking to nobody. But it's so weird because I knew that they were there. It was like reality. It was so fucked up. And then, yeah, I called the cops on myself. I was like, there's people in my apartment. He came because those people wouldn't leave. And I said, you better leave. You gotta leave. I'm gonna fucking call 911. And then I did. And a cop came there and it was so fucked up. It was so fucked up. I don't recommend going through withdrawals. The cop was there and I was like, there they are, officer. And I was pointing to the stove. And he was like, can I take a look around? It's like, yeah, absolutely. I ain't got nothing to hide. And then he does that, comes back and he's like, well, from what I've seen, there's absolutely nobody here. And whenever he said that, I fucking snapped out of it. Like, it kind of brought me back. I was like, oh shit. And I played it off as if I was like sleepwalking or something, and he left. But I could have very well been like, whatever they say, assigned to a mental institution. I very, very well could have. I don't know. Again, not my proudest moment, but it is an interesting story.
So for the final time that he gave his testimony, the police sent someone to interview him directly. By this time, over
Withdrawals
a week
are a
had passed since
bitch.
the boy's disappearance, and Joseph Schoen was in the hospital. He had finally gone to the hospital over his heart attack, and the doctor confirmed that he did have a heart attack. Kinda. So you remember how I said Joseph Schoen had chest pains?
Coming down off of alcohol could induce a heart attack, absolutely.
And like a history of heart issues. Well, this was 1978, and the doctor said that he did have a heart attack at some point. So that doesn't mean that everything that happened in his hallucinations or whatnot were because of a heart attack that he had on top of the mountain. It is much more likely that he got hammered, ran his car off the road, and then his heart attack hallucination was just his drunken stupor.
Or could it? Yeah, it could have been a heart attack hallucination
next to his car, rather than doing that because he was having, again, a heart attack. But while he was in the hospital, he gave a final testimony to investigators. This testimony he gave in the hospital is the one I read earlier. But there's some weird things to note about that testimony. For one, whenever the police got there, the investigators spoke to the nurses, and the nurses said that for the past several days, Joseph Schoen couldn't quit crying, and that he was inconsolable to anyone who tried to help him with whatever he was going through. But as soon as the police showed up, he pulled it together. Also, while the police were giving
the fuck out of here, Isabel.
Everything seemed to be going fine. Joseph was answering questions until they started to ask more questions about the specifics of the boys, where they went, what they looked like, what vehicle they seemed to get in, etc. And just midway through, Joseph stops, leans back in the hospital bed, and says, "You think I know more than I'm letting on, don't you?" Which is a really weird thing for a witness to say regarding a disappearance. Like, what a
yeah, a little weird about that. Don't know about that.
Another detail. Remember how I said that in the early
oh my
hours
God.
of February 25th, Joseph made his way into the lodge 8 miles down from where the cars got stuck? According to the people who saw him walk in, several different witnesses said that he walked into the lodge, sat down at the bar,
God damn it.
rubbed his head in his hands, and said, "I should have done this 2 years ago." Now, there's a lot of people who think that Joseph Schoen was directly responsible for what happened.
I don't know.
And I don't think so. Joseph Schoen, while he was arrested several times for DUIs, and he was known to have a temper and lie to people, there was nothing to indicate that he was expressly violent, at least not to any degree that he would murder people. And some of the more damning details, like him crying the days prior and him saying the thing about 2 years ago in the lodge, I think can be excused. The whole comment about "I should have done this 2 years ago" could have been in response to anything. Who knows what he was thinking about in his several-hour walk down the mountain. He could have been talking about, you know, getting a new car because the Volkswagen was unreliable. Yeah. He could have been talking about, you know, getting his heart checked out. Maybe he did have some heart pains. I'm not sure about the heart attack because I don't believe him. But maybe he was talking about he needed to go get his heart checked out 2 years ago. Who knows? Also, that line doesn't make any sense if he did murder the guys. What, 2 years ago he should have got them to come up the mountain before they even knew each other and killed them? One interesting thing about it is Schoen's daughter had dysphagia, so there's a chance that maybe she attended some of the Gateway Project's events, because the Gateway Project was pretty well known throughout the area.
What cart did I choose?
Because of that, it's possible that Joseph Schoen may have known one or a few of the boys. But, I mean, everyone in a small town knows each other in some way. I still don't think, even if he did know him,
you don't think it's the Joseph guy?
He wanted to kill them. Some believe that perhaps Joseph Schoen caused an encounter that caused the boys to flee. Now, I think this one might be more plausible. Perhaps the boys were driving up behind Schoen, or
they could have been like paranoid
near him, and Schoen was drunk and caused a scene that scared the boys off. But for one, I don't think that, say, Gary would have been afraid of some drunk old guy who was just yelling.
That's what I'm saying. One person versus 5 men?
I don't think
no
Gary
way.
would have,
no way.
You know, been like, all right, guess we got to go up the hill now. And even then, worst case scenario, if he did start yelling at him or scared him off or whatever, then why not just walk back down the mountain? where, you know, it's not covered in snow and ice. Instead, I think what happened is Joseph Schoen saw something that he wasn't supposed to. See, Schoen had connections to a bit more extreme criminal routes than just a DUI. A while before all this happened, Joseph and his wife decided to grow and sell weed. They tried it twice. One time, some other people who were selling weed came and tried to steal it from him, and the second time they tried, the police seized it all. But because of this, it's likely that Joseph had connections to distributors or dealers in the area. That would explain why, after he initially called the police and said that he saw the red truck, whenever the police called him back and asked him about it, he said that he probably just hallucinated and they shouldn't worry about the red truck, before crying for several days and then confirming that there was in fact a red truck. I don't think that Schoen was evil. I don't think he wanted the boys to die by any means. I think that he saw more than he ever let people know. The reason that he probably called the police in the first place is because they put together the dots that he was there that night, because as mentioned, the park ranger spotted his car 100 feet from the Montego. So Joseph probably figured that he needed to get ahead of it and give a testimony that exonerates him.
So he thinks
that is the case,
I mean,
we'll
that's
never
fair.
know, because Joseph Schoen passed away
Hey,
in
look at that.
2004. Also, his wife was complicit and helped him in like the weed operations and all that. So if he did fabricate this story to exonerate himself, if maybe he like knew the people involved, or he was afraid that they would act if he told the police what he saw. Because of all of that, I don't really trust the wife's testimony either, that, oh yes, the Beetle was there and it was out of gas, and just went along with the timeline that her husband had already stated. Now you may be asking yourself, okay, well, if this dude was just a town drunk who probably just got hammered and wound up on the side of the road, then why take any part of his testimony? Why not just say that he made
unreliable
up
witness?
He's a compulsive liar. That's what they do. And the reason that I can't just throw it all away, at least not in my head, is because of the mention of the red truck. Again, I think Joseph Schoen lied about a lot of stuff that he saw. I don't think he lied about the red truck, because remember those two other testimonies I mentioned earlier? Mr. Redrick and Mary's Country Store at the bottom of the mountain? Well, in Mr. Redrick's account, if you'll remember, he was the one who said that he saw Ted with two other guys who were out deer hunting, which didn't make a lot of sense. And while I normally discount that, he ended his testimony by saying the three of them drove away in an old red, rusty red, Ford pickup. Now this raises questions. Did Ted know someone who went hunting up in these mountains that no one else in his life, or at least none of his parents, had knowledge of, who owned a red pickup truck? And you could say, okay, well, 2 times, you know, maybe like that red pickup was real, but the one that Joseph mentioned, maybe that was fake. And I would agree with you if it wasn't for the account from Mary's Country Store. Remember how I said that according to the person who was working there and the store owner, that there were 4 guys at the store, 2 of them in a vehicle, 2 of them inside, then they all got in the same vehicle and drove away? Well, that vehicle was a rusty red pickup truck. Why on earth with this account? That absolutely makes no sense. It makes no sense for the boys to go missing on the night of the 24th, and then for the next 2 days go get drinks at the country store. So it's like, yep, easily a fake story. I can throw all of it away, but why did they mention the detail about a red pickup? The only thing that I can possibly think is whoever did this, whoever caused all this to go into effect, whoever was the instigator, so to speak, was driving a red truck and was afraid that someone witnessed it. So they just, I don't know, threatened people? But that doesn't make any sense. Why would Mr. Redrick even mention that a year ago he saw them? As a matter of fact, why would the people at the country store call the police if and tell them that they have a tip? Would it be to clear the red pickup truck by saying that you saw a red pickup truck associated with the boys? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe the red pickup truck was a purposeful red herring, because in the months between them finding the car and them finding Ted's body in the trailer, that was the only lead they had to go on. They had those 3 testimonies, so they just started searching people who had a red pickup truck, and nothing ever came of it. The closest was, there was a property up in the mountains, kind of near the region, where a cop said that he saw a red pickup near an old cabin, and he got a warrant to go search, but whenever he went there, the cabin seemed abandoned and the truck was nowhere to be found. Which, even if that was there,
so where's
that
the truck,
I mean, more than one person owns the red pickup, right? But why on earth would these 3 different accounts that on their own can all be dismissed all talk about the same truck. It drives me crazy. Out of all the details
That's
of
fair.
the case,
That's
the one
absolutely
that's the most
fair.
unexplainable. I can theorize about a lot of it, but there's no way I can reconcile that the boys went to a country store 2 days in a row and then went back up to the mountain. If it was someone kidnapping them, I can't imagine that. If it was them working, like they were initially working well with someone. And
so they said 2 people came in. Here's the alternate theory. Here's the plot twist. That the Joseph guy and the Gary guy were working together. What about that? Because they said there were 2 people that came in to that store. It's interesting. Don't know. There could be some weird shit. Some like Illuminati shit.
And then they ditched them on top of the mountain. I can't imagine that. Why wouldn't Gary be there? Why would they go back up there in the first place? Even if you had a scenario like the truck shows up and just by coincidence, I guess, the truck shows up, offers to help them with the car, and then they spend 2 days working on the car before inevitably dying up in those woods. And I don't believe other details of the account from the gas station as well. The woman who called the police said that she
Eyewitness
saw Jack
account,
Hewitt
like I
operating
said,
the phone. But according
not
to Jack Hewitt's
very
family,
trustworthy.
he hated phones and never wanted to touch him because he got frustrated with them. So why would he be the one out of all the boys to be working the payphone? Not to mention that for any of that to happen, they had to miss their games and not tell any of their family members. It doesn't make any sense, but then there's that stupid red truck that is going to haunt my dreams forever, probably. The one thing I
that shit would drive me
agree
insane.
with the majority of reports about this story on is I
Oh,
do think
fuck
foul
you,
play was
Koopa.
involved. I don't think, as cool as it would
no,
be,
my nose itches.
this was a Wendigo
God.
or a Bigfoot or whatever that scared the man and ran him off. Although some details of this story certainly feel like it, I do think it can be explained away with non-supernatural means, as lame as that is. I think foul play was involved, and I think it had to happen early. Something pushed those boys up that mountain. Something else to keep in mind is, remember how I said that the Montego was found unlocked with the driver's side window rolled down? I understand the car being unlocked. You know, they all got out in a hurry and shut the door. There wasn't time to lock it, perhaps. But the
Oh my
driver's side
God,
window being rolled
damn
down
it.
is weird. It was really cold up there, and none of the boys were dressed for it. So the only way I can imagine in a cold temperature that you would roll down the driver's side window
God, I
is if
cannot
it
make
was
those
to talk
turns.
to somebody. So maybe Madruga was driving from someone and then eventually stopped, rolled down his window to talk to him, and that's when things went wrong. It's also worth mentioning that the car keys to the Montego were found in Madruga's pocket during his autopsy. So there seems to have been enough time for them to get out of the car, shut it, him put his keys in his pocket, but not enough time to like lock it or roll up the window. Again, that car was his prized possession. Why would he just leave it like that? There's also several details about this case that are only mentioned by family members and local legend, and I'm kind of split on bringing it up because some of these things are things that had to be in the police report. There's no way they wouldn't be included. But as someone
Oh my
who also
God,
lives
I'm
in a
gonna do
small
it
town,
again.
I know that, you know, the local police aren't
No,
perfect
I
by
think
any
I'm fine.
means, and they can miss something. And, you know, sometimes the best news I hear is gossip from people who were there or someone who knew somebody. So none of this can be
Okay,
validated,
that's good.
and I'm not going to incorporate it into my final theory, but it's worth mentioning. According to local legend, or at least some local legend, that night, whenever the boys were leaving the UC Davis basketball game, Gary got into a fight with someone from the college because they began picking on Jack Hewitt. Again, Gary was very protective of the boys and known to stand up for them, so this in itself makes sense. But as the legend goes, supposedly this broke out into a fight, to which the boys quickly left and were then followed by the other men from the college. While this could explain the exciting incident that got the boys scared and caused them to run up the mountain, it doesn't explain why they would begin to get chased and then pull into a gas station to get snacks and then start getting chased again. Although that would be funny. Some say that where the
getting
Montego
up the
was
mountain.
found, there were
That's the
bullet
weird
casings
thing.
lying in the snow next to it. I don't believe this one at all because that is something that the police would absolutely mention and look into. That's not just something that they would be like, oh, bullets. That's weird. The police did handle some aspects of the trailer poorly. Like I said earlier, it's believable that they wouldn't have thought to search it initially because it's 20 miles up the mountain. No one would believe that these guys who were just wearing
I
t-shirts
shouldn't have done that.
would travel that way on foot, regardless of their mental disposition. But there was a point where the Park Service mentioned to the police, because it was the police's investigation.
God
There was
damn,
a point where the Park
fucking
Service
base
mentioned
itches.
that there were trailers up there they may want to check out, and the police never did. And this is a decision that's been heavily scrutinized by the family, because if they went to check that trailer in the first couple months, then at least Ted and Gary probably would have lived. And then whenever they got to the trailer, they didn't dust for the prints. A lot of the information around the trailers kind of
Oh my God.
Like, for example, remember how I said there was a nightstand next to Ted's body? Well, the bed that his body was on. On the nightstand were things like Ted's necklace he wore, Ted's wallet, but then there was a gold watch that didn't belong to any of the boys. And it seems that the police just kind of shrugged their shoulders and were like, yep, that's weird. But don't you think they should look into that? Most likely, and the reason I didn't bring it up earlier, most likely the watch was left by one of the park rangers who had worked there or stayed the night there for a while. So he just left his watch.
Plausible
and it just didn't come up
deniability.
in the reports because it wasn't that important. But yeah, they were kind of just haphazard about this unidentified piece of jewelry.
No.
They also
No.
didn't check
Fuck.
the trailer for
God
prints or
damn
anything
it.
like that. So the one piece of folklore that I'm
Oh
willing
my
to
God, it
believe
all went
is
south.
supposedly, at least according to the Matthias family, inside of the trailer, written on several books, were scrapings of self-affirmations written by Gary. Part of Gary's therapy, whenever he began his treatments at Gateway Projects, was to write things about himself, saying like, I am stronger, I'm going to get through this, I am resilient or whatnot. And it paints a sad picture, but also a believable one.
God damn it.
As his mind was beginning to slip, or as the medication was beginning to wear off, that he was writing these affirmations over and over in the books and pages around him. Also, while he was supposedly taking care of Ted. So I'll accept that little piece of urban legend around it, but I can't believe that, there were bullets fired and, shell casings everywhere and the police never mentioned it. So after all of that,
That's fair.
what do I believe to be the reason that all of this happened?
I thought
what
he
do I think happened on the
thought
night
he
of
did that.
February the 24th? And I don't have any definitive answers, but there is one theory that, as I found out more details about the case, continues to make more sense to me, and it's going off of a lot of assumptions and a lot of what ifs, but everything about this case is. So this is the best I've got.
It's a
According
weird
to
case.
those who knew Gary Matthias, he had a group of friends over in Forbstown. Remember how I said earlier that, like, Shone was trying to grow weed for a while and he ran into competition, effectively, that tried to steal it? Well, that was because this region was known for making, growing, and selling drugs.
Hell
and while
yeah.
Gary would eventually get involved in things
No,
as intense as meth, back in high school he was known for just smoking weed, as were most high schoolers in the 60s.
I
So
gotcha.
while I'm not willing to believe that Gary decided to take the boys up the side of a mountain for no reason at all, I am willing to believe this happened. Maybe the boys are out one night and they're going to this UC Davis basketball game.
Kill him.
They're all having a good time. They've got a tournament in the morning
There
they're
you
all
go.
excited for. So maybe Gary just makes a suggestion. Hey, do y'all want to get high? Not in an act
Hell
of
yeah.
maliciousness, as some believe, or of ill will towards the others. Just a lack of thorough thinking. Forbstown is at the same exit and closer to where they eventually ended up than Yuba City. So maybe on their way home, he decided to direct them down the road to end up at Forbstown. And maybe once he got
Goddamn
there,
ink.
something bad happened. Maybe it was a fight. Maybe they didn't want to see him around. Who knows? But for whatever reason, maybe the boys got chased away. As a matter of fact, maybe they got chased all the way up the
It's
mountain.
really cool. I like this
which
level
the
a
drive
lot.
from Forbstown to start on that road to go up the mountain, for one, might have been what the boys thought was the only option to lose the people who were chasing them, and two,
That's
might
gonna
have been
come
their
back and
only
kill
option
me.
if they were panicked and trying to get away. Perhaps they were even being chased by a red pickup. They get to the top of the mountain, the car becomes
Oh,
stuck.
fuck
They
off.
begin to spin it to try to get it
Fuck
going, but
off.
to no avail. The truck speeding up behind them, and with no other option and not enough time to get out and push, the boys simply get out and run. They run into the night. 3 of them succumb to the elements, and over the next several weeks,
I'm gonna throw my
Ted
Switch
and
out my
Gary
window.
hole up in a house waiting for rescue to come, while Gary is too afraid to light a fire or do anything that may attract the attention of the people chasing them, to which eventually Ted and Gary succumbed to nature as well. Joseph Schoen, by dumb luck, wound up on the mountain that night, and knowing that the people in the region, perhaps even the same people who stole his weed several years back, are not to be messed with, recounts his initial statement that he saw a red truck that night before feeling guilty while he's in the hospital and telling the police that he did in fact see a red truck, with the caveat that he gets defensive whenever his name is implicated in the disappearance. It's not perfect, it's got a lot of holes, but it's the closest thing that I can think of. And then I guess the people down at the store who called in and said that they saw the four boys, you know, pull up in a red truck. Maybe they just
they saw four?
That the police were looking for a red truck, so in order to get the money, they decided to throw that in there to spice it up. And I'll accept the Redrick seeing the guys in the mountain in the red truck as coincidence. I'm sure there can be more than one. Out of all the pieces, it's the best I can think of. Other people have pointed out that maybe Gary and the boys were trying to drive over to Forbestown because the road between Quincy that they were taking up the mountain and the road to Forbestown are kind of similar at spots. So maybe after they took that detour to Forbestown, they just got lost and wound up on top of the mountain. But that doesn't explain things like
that is really lost.
Them just walking up the mountain, up the snowpack trail rather than back down the mountain. It doesn't explain them leaving the window down and the car unlocked. I do definitely believe that something chased them from the bottom of that hill to the top. And then I think after that, nature just took its course. What I will say about this case, definitively, aside from all the theories, aside from all the
incredibly chunky
of who was responsible, of what was responsible, this is one of the scariest things that I have ever read about in true crime, in Missing 411, etc.
Definitely weird. I've never heard of it.
Every case I read, there is some, thorough explanation. That it can be grisly, it can be awful, it can be, oh, well, this person was murdered probably, or they were probably abducted, or what have you. But with this story, not only is it so scary, the kind of into thin air nature of people like Gary Mathias, but something compelled five athletic men were so afraid of something that they chose to run into the woods.
It was a Wendigo.
And that is terrifying.
Plot twist.
In the weeks
Wendigo
that
did
Gary
it.
and Ted would have been in that trailer, I understand that Gary's medication would have wore off and his paranoid schizophrenia would have been just horrific. I couldn't imagine what he went through. And that explains why he didn't make a fire later, but he also never made a fire in the beginning. There was no sign of a fire being started at all. Not only that, but as I mentioned, in the shed outside of the trailer, he could have just turned a lever and lit the house. Could have, provided warmth, supposedly saved Ted.
That's really weird that there were like rations left and stuff.
Make himself warm. It is a case that haunts me. What pushed those men up the mountain? What got them so scared they abandoned their vehicle? And what made them choose to die in the snow rather than go back the way they came or go anywhere for help? One final detail I want to mention is, according to Gary Mathias' sister, she said that Gary would often tell her that he used to have these dreams that one day him and a group of boys would suddenly disappear. Now, a lot of people look at this story with this sort of malice, saying that Gary was planning this disappearance all along. But it seemed that Gary feared these dreams, and in my opinion, makes this story all the more tragic. As I mentioned earlier, this case is over 40 years old, and we're probably never going to get definitive answers.
So it was like in the 80s,
several theories, and there's several people locally who think they may know the players involved.
God damn it!
Might be people who are still alive, people who are given code names on the internet, but people locally know exactly who it's referring to. And there are some who say that the story will come out once these individuals are dead, that there are people in town who know exactly what happened, but they don't want to start a whole legal case over it and, drag people who are otherwise not involved into being involved. So there's a chance when all that happens that maybe we'll find out. And I hope that 5-10 years from now, I can make a video giving the full breakdown of what happened that night to the Yuba County 5. But for now, it's going to have to remain a mystery that has made me lose sleep, a mystery that has stuck with me, and just the terror of these 5 poor men who suffered so much in life as is, being pushed to quite inexplicable horror.
Enough of that.
It gets to me. I don't know. Something about the kindness
that's enough of that for right now.
And the hopelessness of the situation.
Jesus.
Imagine being so scared that you as a person that you run into the snow in the middle of the night in the woods.
Okay.
Knowing that you're probably going to
We
die.
got it. We got it.
That's the better option.
Yeah, weird shit. It's a long one. I really like his stuff. Okay. Let's do what we got here. This track is private. I gotcha. Yeah. Appreciate it. Sounds like a Donkey Kong Country, like, mine level.
But I don't want to rule the world.
That was loud. Hold on, I want to hear this part again.
But I don't want to rule the world.
I think, okay, I finally have like a
But I don't want to rule the world.
critique. Not a critique, a suggestion. It works fine, but here, let me try it again. Shit. God damn it. Oh wait, I missed it. What?
But I don't want to rule the world.
Works perfectly as is. Were I to do it, after I don't want to rule the world, leave like half a measure of silence and then have it come in instead of going like directly into it on the next beat. Again, works fine. It's just what I would have done. Like have that silence, like embrace that silence and then go into it, you know. Yeah. Like I said, it's not bad how you have it. It's just, you know. It's like, yeah, exactly. It's really hard to, like, I'm sure you know, I'm just speaking out loud. Even from my own, like, point of view of music, it's really hard to think of rests as like notes themselves. You know, like, it's not an absence of notes, or I mean it is, but like, to me it's not an absence of notes. It's like, as you lay down the track and put your notes on it, a rest has just as much importance as every note. That's just how I think of it anyway. It's like using rests as an addition to a song, not an escape from the song. If that makes sense. I like it though. This one's even maybe a little bit more melodic than what you normally do. With the what do you have in the background? The tubular bells? Or is it something else? It almost sounds like a xylophone, maybe? Not a marimba. Those have this like warm tone. What There's another instrument like a xylophone and marimba. Vibraphone. There's also the glockenspiel and the metallophone. Oh, metallophones are just that family of instruments. Okay. Vibraphone is what I was thinking of. Yeah, I'd like to know, actually. They all have... they're all the same, but they're different. And I know that doesn't make sense, but... For me, my big thing about music... Let me think. I don't necessarily think, like, playing fast and complex is really like the pinnacle of what you're trying to do. You're like, oh my god, that guitarist can shred, like, just fucking insane sweep picking. And like, some people think like that's the holy grail of getting like incredibly complex melodies and shit like that. Oh, I liked it. Yeah, it was fucking badass. It reminded me of Anna Music, if you've ever seen that. It's a perfect cube bell sparkle. What VST is that? Or is it like native to Fruity Loops? But anyway, what I was saying is like so many people strive to get technically proficient. Me? Well, I like that, you know, it's fine. What I think that I cannot think of the word. Like, my way of enhancing a song or me learning how to compose shit, I don't really care about the technicality of playing fast. I focus on instrumentation and how different sounds sound together. That's far more interesting to me. It's in fact why I got away from metal, and then I started Omnisphere. Yeah, less is more, for sure. I forgot what the fuck I was just saying. But for me, well, yeah, whatever. I like pairing weird shit together to see how it sounds, you know? But let's watch Anna Music. I haven't watched Anna Music. I think I was in grad school. And I fucking binged this shit so much. I fucking love this shit. Alright, I love this shit. If you've never seen it, I envy you. So what's really interesting about Anna Music is that this one singular project was created and used in these two friends, like, they were friends in college. I guess they were about to get their degree. And one of them was a musician, and the other one was a 3D graphic artist. And they just so happened to become friends. So they made this as their, like, final project or whatever. And they both used the same thing. One person used it in music to show off his music prowess, and the other person showed off the animation. I think that's so fucking cool. So if nobody's seen this, you're in for a treat. There's a bunch of them too. And they actually pioneered some weird way of, I don't know how, like, coding wise, but nobody had ever done it before, like syncing up sounds like this with music. They did some kind of fucking weird code that nobody had ever done, and it's like really useful in the industry now, apparently. This one's good. It's not my favorite though. I love shit like that. I'd love to collaborate with people. Music, you know, practicing and making shit on your own is fun. Playing with a band or collaborating is, like, far above and beyond. You know, that's the real fun shit. So good. It's fucking great. Yeah, there's a marimba. God. This takes me back. I like it also because it's very in the vein of like prog, like progressive music. Just layering a bunch of shit slowly throughout the song. It's really loud. Yeah, it's so fucking cool. This isn't even the best one, though. It's wild. So freaking wild. Let's see if I can't find the one that got me into it. It was... I think this is the one. Acoustic Curves. This is the first video I ever found of them, and I was instantly hooked. Look, it's in 4x3. That's how long ago they made this. Shit. I know I've said that like 50 million times, but still, it's so good. Fucking back, man. Crazy shit. It gets really cool. It's like an exposed piano. So satisfying. There we go. There we go. Literally getting, like, pills in my head right now. That must be what they mean whenever people listen to ASMR. Like a tingly feeling in your head. Or maybe I'm having a stroke. Completely likely as well. I loved it. Oh my god. It's still just as good. Still just as good. Like 15 years later. So fucking dope. That drum fill. Oh shit, they're not done yet. They're not done. Oh my gosh. So fucking good. How is it this good? Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. I know, right? Fuck yeah, this is cool. Ah, god. Like, fucking blow my load everywhere. They're not even done! You thought they were done. You fucking thought they were done. Hell nah. Oh, God. What's that? Another one? Or is it? No, they just moved it. Okay, that's fair. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Still just as good as I listened to it for the first time. Hold on. Where's another good one? Music remastered. Okay. Oh shit. They did remaster it. Some of these I'm less familiar with. Oh shit, is it? Are they doing more? Is people hate music? What the fuck? What's another one? There's one called The Resonance Chamber. There it is. I like this one. Yeah, they did. I want this instrument. I fucking want this instrument so bad. Like, this is some kind of fucking fantasy shit you'd see in an RPG or something. They're like, have you ever seen a harp guitar? Yeah, let's take that to 11. Oh shit, what happened? The animation is just as impressive as the music, if not more so. Yeah, look, there's her harp guitar. God, it's just fun to watch. Shit. Very like common descending bass note line. Love it. They're doing like hammer-ons for all of this. It's funny. I want this fucking instrument. I need to build it in real life. Oh, they're plucking. Okay. There are two. Imagine this being in a fantasy setting and like you go into an inn and there's like 5 bards playing every particular instrument of that. It's awesome. It's very like inspiring to create new shit musically anyway. This sounds like some kind of jazz fusion. That immediately comes to mind. Like, there's so much to look at, you know? Oh. Oh. I wonder if this is actually feasible to build in real life. Because that would be so fucking cool. This looks like something Da Vinci would have made. Where's the, there's weird ones with, like, guitar people. Stick figures. That's probably it. Yep. One of them, anyway. Fucking guitar play or bass playing itself. This isn't the one I was thinking of. Yeah. I don't even know what genre to call this. Other than fusion. Fucking laser. I want guitars that play themselves. I need it. I need that shit. That part sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the Sky Zone. What it reminds me of. Oh. Now you couldn't make that. Those are just fucking like in the air, right? This could be like a Magitech town in Final Fantasy. I can see that. The violin, or whatever the fuck. They have like little violin babies. Very cool. Oh shit. Here we go. And the color changes. Definitely a Final Fantasy song now. Easily. Should I have been on for 4 hours? Okay. It did not seem like that. Yeah, I don't know. This one's maybe not as impressive as the others. If not just for like the floating drumsticks. Or mallets or whatever. Everything. I don't really know, like, what else to say about it. It's just fucking great. Just fades out. It's actually kind of funny. Like when people, it's completely obvious, like when people don't know how to end a song, they just like keep repeating and phasing out. My issue is I don't really know how to begin songs. That's the hardest part for me. Where's the other one? There's like a harp one. Oh, here it is. Aqua harp. I really like this one too. really cool, like, ambient visuals. I like it. I was like fucking this close to buying a minstrel harp one time. I just never did. It was like a 28 string. It cost about like $500. It's the one instrument I don't have, a harp. Or a lyre, whatever. Tiny harp. Oh, that's interesting. That is so interesting. They actually have the string wobble. And they're showing like the like, what are they called? The modes of it. Like the vibrating string. What is that? It's not called modes. Hold on. String. Overtone? That's gonna... No, that is, actually is it. Yeah, you have the fundamental overtone and then, okay. Sorry. Forgot about that. It's like a physics thing. It does get better. Starts off a little slow for sure. I like how he has the attention to detail, putting the pipes from the ground all the way over, like feeding in air with little pan flute things at the top. It's very cool. Yeah, you could drop this one into any like RPG ever. It's a pretty good one. Yeah, you can see like the, what is it, the third overtone? Yeah, third overtone. Oh, that was it. I remember liking that one much more. Pipe Dream 2 is okay. I don't know if I've ever heard this one. Like, at all. I went into a deep dive, like, about organs. Holy fuck, that shit is fascinating. Highly recommend if you haven't, like, researched organs. The shit is wild. Oh, there are the lights. I don't really know what I would classify this one as either. Can fly. It's back. The vengeance. God damn it. Looks really cool though. Regardless of being an atheist, church architecture is so fucking amazing. Oh, we got more. Okay. Shit that fascinates me is the animators of like games or whatever, when like all of this machinery and cogs and shit is turning, like if something's transforming into something else, it looks realistic. I don't even know like how animators do it, right? They'd have to have a degree in engineering to make it look like plausible. It's okay. Not my favorite though, for sure. Somebody should have that like curved xylophone. They don't give the saxophone love. Sad times. That sounds like Vivi's theme from Final Fantasy IX. Like really, really similar. It's very, very similar. I could never be that good at playing a marimba or a xylophone. I like how they have these, what would you call them, like a accordion to pump air into the horns. It's a nice touch. Like they can press every time. Oh, I didn't even realize it's the organ that's putting out the light from the organ pipes. It's cool too. You can definitely tell the later animations versus the earlier ones. Because in these, there are like virtually no just like flying sticks or whatever. Oh shit, look at that fireworks. That's pretty fucking cool. God damn. Also, church music is very pretty. Like, I don't know. It's really pretty. A lot of people think like being an atheist twist, like, oh, you hate everything associated with the church. I mean, to a large extent, but not this kind of shit. Like, we can still appreciate the art of it, you know? This one I definitely haven't seen. This looks like a room from Metroid Prime. Like whenever you go into the Phazon Meteor. Where the fuck is Metroid Prime 4? God damn it. It was announced like 37 years ago. They're like beating at photons. That's fucking badass. Hey, what's going on? So fucking cool. You have these like little, what are they, like polyps or something? What you doing up? Shit, it's nearly 5. Wow. I've been streaming for like nearly 5 hours. I just really like the fiber optic cables. That brings understandable. And having my share of them lately too. Is this thing like spitting out photons? It's so weird. That kind of looks like the outside of the Gravitron. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Gravitron Thriller or something? Those look like aliens about to hatch. I really like the aesthetics of this. It's very unique. Oh shit, okay. What do we have now? This sounds like Metroid as well. Absolutely. I can't even like fucking draw a cube in 3D. 3D animation is not my skill set, that's for sure. 3D animation, fuck off. Yeah. I was talking like what programs they're using for animation and shit. Because this was back in mid-2000s. It's just not a skill set I have. The music, absolutely. But the way they synchronized up, like I said earlier. They like pioneered this weird like tempo music thing. Yeah, it's so dope. I said it earlier, but I still think it's fascinating that this project was made by two friends, an artist and a musician, and they were about to get their degree, and you have to usually do like a really big project. So they collaborated, put this together, and the musician guy got his, like, he showed this project and got his degree, while the animation guy, the art guy, showed this exact same animusic project and got his degree. This thing is really fucking cool. What if... Oh, they have Pipe Dream too. Okay. I don't... No, we didn't listen to this one. Like, just having the physics and stuff, I don't even know. No clue. I do like how it's all fed through with PVC pipe. And they're perfect. They're always perfect going into the hole. God damn it. It's mesmerizing. Like, I could stare at this shit for hours. Love it. So this part over here is the melody. This is your, like, backing arpeggio. You have your marimba, of course, drums. I think somebody actually built one of these things. Not, like, exactly, but I may try and find that. It's wild. The craftsmanship is unbelievable. God damn. I think that's about it. Nope, a little bit more. Weird. Thought they were gonna bring in something else. And I do think every note matches what they animated. Like, it's not a hit the same xylophone note twice to get a different different tone. It's all like really legit. I really like that fountain in the middle of the xylophone. Probably the coolest part. Got a good beat going. Okay. Again, when you hear a fade out, it means that they had no fucking idea how to end the song, which is funny. Where's the guy that did in real life? That one's really interesting. Hold on. Come on. Oh, great. Whatever. Oh shit, people have already done it? Holy fuck. This is the guy I was looking for. Huh. What happened? What do you mean? Yeah, this is wild. This is like the most complex, oh shit, what are they called? Like when you have something and it does all this crazy shit. I can't remember the name of what that's called. But this is that. Okay, so he's actually playing the bass or whatever it is with him. It's impressive. So cool. A Rube Goldberg machine. That's what that's called. Wild. Oh shit. Oh, he actually has a drop to breakdown. Breakdown time. What is this? What is he doing there? Like at the bottom here on the left? I don't know what he was doing. I guess this machine, though, can only play, like, the one song. I imagine. Oh, maybe not. It functions as a piano wheel with Legos? That's fucking ingenious. So I guess you could play different shit if you had the wheel for it. Winter something marble machine. This looks like I used to build with like Connects when I was a kid. I had this thing called the Big Ball Factory. This looks like that. God, I had so many Connects. I had the roller coaster too. That worked about half the time. If that. momentum in action. That's so impressive. Dude has to have this in a museum or something. That is so cool. All right, did I have any other watch laters? I'm not doing a 46-minute video. Yeah, I don't know. It's fun. Oh well. I've been on for nearly 5 hours. I guess I'm gonna cut it and eat something. And yeah, cool. Fun hanging out. Yeah, I'll be back later, as I always do.